Chapter 1021. Reporting to Sect Master, Fragrant Religion Disciple Ren Xiaoyao is here. After Li reported, he sat on a chair on the left. Ren Xiaoyao from Fragrant Religion greets by Zhang Men. Zhang Xiaohua bowed. Please rise. A gentle force appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua and lifted her up. Thank you, by Zhang Men. Zhang Xiaohua said, then turned to look at Peng Yeyu and cupped her hands. So Brother Peng is a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water. I'm sorry for my rudeness. When Peng Yeyu heard this, his originally gloomy face became even redder. He stole a glance at his sect master and cupped his hands. So Ren Xiaoxia is really a disciple of Fragrant Religion. I'm sorry for my rudeness. Night Rain, you know Ren Xiaoxia? Bai Zhangmen asked with a little surprise. This. Peng Yeyu only hesitated for a moment, then immediately told him about his encounter with Zhang Xiaohua and Dream. Then, he asked Zhang Xiaohua, I don't know. Young Master Huang of the Falling Star Alliance, Zhang Xiaohua snorted, Young Master Peng, what do you think will happen to him? Peng Yeyu. Bai Zhangmen sneered, this sect master asked you to go to the Falling Star Alliance to inquire about Fragrant Religion, you and Huang Cheng, let's not talk about it, but Ren Xiaoxia already told you that they are disciples of Fragrant Religion. Why didn't you say anything when you came back? Sect master, please don't blame me, disciple just thought that they were just talking nonsense. How can a disciple of Fragrant Religion really say that they are disciples of Fragrant Religion? They just wanted to scare us away, who would have thought? Hee, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, we are gentlemen, of course we are magnanimous. Peng Yeyu, go to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment. Bai Zhangmen ordered without any explanation. When Peng Yeyu walked out of the main hall with an ashen face, Zhang Xiaohua was elated. This bastard actually dared to have ideas about my dreams. Letting you receive your punishment is really a gift from this Xiaoxia. Ren Xiaoxia, please take a seat, Bai Zhangmen said with a smile. A disciple brought a chair over. Zhang Xiaohua sat down and said with a smile, Bai Zhangmen is too courteous. I wonder why Bai Zhangmen invited me and Senior Marshal's sister Between the Clouds and the Water. Bai Zhangmen laughed and said, of course there is a reason. Otherwise, there would be no need to mobilize so many people. Hee, Bai Zhangmen has eyes everywhere. There are few people in Jianghu who don't know about you. You even know about my affairs clearly. Why would you still need me? Ren Xiaoxia praises you too much. Many things are not necessarily seen with one's eyes. If I didn't hear it with my own ears, I wouldn't be at ease. Alright, Bai Zhangmen, please enlighten me. I have to hurry back to the incense cult. At this time, I'm running out of time. Martial arts convention? Bai Zhangmen asked with interest. Since Bai Zhangmen already knows, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, Bai Zhangmen asked, when will the incense cult's martial arts convention be held? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, all the major sects have received the invitation. Your cult has eyes and ears in all the sections. Don't tell me you don't know. Is it the 26th of this month? That's right, Zhang Xiaohua replied snappily. Well, there's still more than half a month. If Ren Xiaoxia returns in time, he can also make it in time to report. Bai Zhangmen laughed. That depends on whether Bai Zhangmen will let me return in time. Zhang Xiaohua said. Why not let you return in time? This sect master has never thought of keeping you alive. Thank you, Bai Zhangmen. Oh, there's no need. In fact, I invited you here this time to ask how you came out of the incense cult. It seems that there's still some time before your sect protecting formation opens. Bai Zhangmen really doesn't know? Of course, I really don't know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent so many people and used so many methods to inquire about the secret passage of the incense cult. Why does Bai Zhangmen have to hide so much? I don't believe that Bai Zhangmen has no news. Zhang Xiaohua said somewhat evasively. Hee, if not, how could this sect leader invite you all here? Forget it, then I'll get straight to the point. Ren Xiaoxia, is there a problem with your sect protecting formation? Yes, it is. Sure enough, if there were no flaws in the sect protecting formation, how could so many disciples come out? How could all the sects go to Lingxiang Peak? Bai Zhangmen's face showed a strange expression. Since the incense cult is about to reappear in Jianghu, then what about us between the clouds and the water? How can we be willing to fall behind others? Then he seemed to explain to Zhang Xiaohua, between the clouds and the water originally planned to summon the martial arts world next month and prepare to reappear in Jianghu. I didn't expect that the incense cult would send out a hero's invitation first. It's quite difficult for our sect. If we send out a hero's invitation after your cult, we'll inevitably be laughed at. Rather than that, it's better to take advantage of the Martial Arts Society Assembly to explain our sect's situation to the world's heroes. Good things come in pairs. Ren Xiaoxia, what do you think? Hee, very good, very good. Bai Zhangmen invited me here so that I can pass this message to the cult leader of the other cult, right? Bai Zhangmen clapped his hands and said, exactly. If the other cult suddenly sends a disciple forward, it'll inevitably be rude and make Nanjing Yi unhappy. It's better to let Ren Xiaoxia pass the message to show our sincerity. Well said, I'll definitely do as you say. In that case, thank you very much, Ren Xiaoxia, Bai Zhangmen suddenly asked, your cult's protective array is gone? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She thought for a moment and said, this matter is considered a secret now, but when Bai Zhangmen arrives at Dianqi Lake, he'll naturally know. It's not a big deal to tell him now. Well, it's no wonder that the disciples of the incense cult can enter Jianghu at will. Alas, with the appearance of the incense cult, Jianghu is in chaos. The protection of the celestial way has always had a limit. After thousands of years, the incense cult has finally fallen into the mortal world. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked, listening to Bai Zhangmen's tone, he's quite emotional. Could it be that there's also a story between the clouds and the water? Hee, Ren Xiaoxia, do you want to know? If it's possible, please enlighten me. Then, if Ren Xiaoxia tells me why you didn't directly return to the incense cult after coming out of the Dalan Temple, but instead went to Yixia Town, Baiquan Mountain, and Poyang Town, and even disappeared for a few days. Then, I'll tell you the truth. Alas, Bai Zhangmen is really amazing. I've always been careful, but I've still been targeted by your cult. It's just that, this matter can't be told to outsiders. Bai Zhangmen, please understand. Is that so? I heard that the great master Chang Gung of the Dalan Temple gave Ren Xiaoxia a note. What's on it? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Is it some kind of agreement between the incense cult and the Dalan Temple? Is it something related to the celestial way? Maybe it's something that the incense cult left in Jianghu? The more Zhang Xiaohua listened, the more she felt that Bai Zhangmen was too imaginative. She shook her head. Bai Zhangmen finally slapped the chair and stood up. Ren Xiaoxia, don't hide it. The Ho family of Yixia Town and the Qing family of Baiquan Mountain are inextricably linked to the celestial way. Even Poyang Town, in my impression, is related to the celestial way. When Ren Xiaoxia went to those places, he immediately killed and destroyed the bodies. If it's not some secret of the celestial way, how can I believe it? Zhang Xiaohua also stood up. She cupped her hands and said, Bai Zhangmen, what I said is the truth. Some of these are my personal affairs, so it's not convenient for me to tell you the truth. But one thing I can be sure of is that it has nothing to do with the celestial way that Honored Sir mentioned. If Honored Sir doesn't believe me, you can go and investigate. Honored Sir asked us to come here just to let us pass a message to the cult leader. I've already agreed. Sect leader, please go back to Lingering Fragrance Peak as soon as possible. Hee, sect leader Bai sneered and said, young hero Ren, you've always been sensible. Why are you so muddle-headed now? What? Zhang Xiaohua glared at her. If Ren doesn't say it, Bai Zhangmen won't listen? Compared to the secret of the celestial way, what's so important about you passing a message? Ren Xiaoxia should seriously think about it. There's no need to think about it, Zhang Xiaohua interrupted Bai Zhangmen and said, this matter has nothing to do with the celestial way. You're really not going to say it? Bai Zhangmen didn't believe her at all. What? Zhang Xiaohua sneered. Bai Zhangmen, do you still want to interrogate me? Ha ha ha, Bai Zhangmen laughed. A small disciple of the fragrance cult is so rampant. If this sect leader doesn't use some tricks, won't he be looked down upon by the other disciples? As he spoke, Bai Zhangmen's left hand lit up. It was the teapot that he usually held in his hand. His right hand had already formed a seal. With a pa sound, his finger slapped on the teapot. With a soft poof sound, the round teapot lid flew up, circled in the air, and suddenly enlarged. Bai Zhangmen pointed his finger, and the dustpan-like lid flew towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry at all. She reached into her chest and was about to take out Zhu Meng when suddenly a warm current flashed from her forehead. Her body was fixed to the ground, and she couldn't move at all. Then, the thing that Wan Wuxin left in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace in the ruins of Huan flew out from Zhang Xiaohua's forehead and supported the flying lid. The lid immediately turned back to its original form. With a spin, it flew back to Bai Zhangmen's hand. At this time, the thing that flew out from Zhang Xiaohua's forehead also spun in the air. In a moment, it expanded again and turned into a primordial spirit projection, standing in the air. Wasn't that Wan Wuxin? Seeing such an unforeseen event, everyone in the hall between the clouds and the water was stunned. Bai Zhangmen was first stunned, then shocked. Finally, he stared at Wan Wuxin's primordial spirit projection with an incredulous expression. Are you a disciple of the Shindao sect? Where did you get the demon refining gourd in your hand? Wan Wuxin asked faintly. Junior is indeed a disciple of the Shindao sect, Bai Yanxiu. Seeing this, Bai Zhangmen didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately knelt on the ground and said respectfully, this demon refining gourd was passed down by this disciple's master. Chapter 1022. Well, the Lianya flask was not refined properly, and your cultivation of the Shindao sect's mantra is not up to par. Why is the Lianya flask controlled by a disciple with a weak cultivation like you? This. Bai Yanxiu was speechless. Is there anyone else here? Ask them to leave. No one is allowed to come within 500 feet, or else I will kill them all. Wan Wuxin said expressionlessly, this is the friend I brought here. He needs to stay. Yes. Bai Yanxiu replied, and then said to the crowd, all of you, leave. No one is allowed to come within 1,000 feet of this hall, or else you will be killed. Everyone understood that the matter was confidential, and immediately left. Zhang Xiaohua, who was next to him, looked bitter. Looking at the situation, Wan Wuxin was going to tell them what he told her in the ruins of Huanshu. This matter was unusual, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Now that her body was fixed by Wan Wuxin and she could not move, she had to listen even if she did not want to. Sure enough, Wan Wuxin said, as the disciple who controls the treasure of the Shindao sect, you must be a disciple with a high status in the sect. Do you know who I am? Bai Yanxiu said respectfully, I have seen the portrait of the founder of the Shindao sect in the secret chamber, so I naturally know who you are. Well, it's good that you know I. However, your cultivation is so weak, I think the Shindao sect has declined. Yes, good master, you know that our Shindao sect has been destroyed by the incense cult, the Misty School, the Dalan Temple, and other sects thousands of years ago. The remaining disciples of the Shindao sect have never dared to show up in Jianghu, and only carefully passed down the orthodoxy of the Shindao sect. Since a few hundred years ago, a genius disciple appeared in the sect and found the remains of the immortal Tao, and carried forward the orthodoxy of the Shindao sect. However, in order to hide it and not forget the old shame, the Shindao sect has changed to between the clouds and the water. I am not talented, but I have been taught by my master, and now I am in charge of between the clouds and the water, and have been promoted to be the head of the between the clouds and the water. Wan Wuxin turned a deaf ear to her words and nodded. There is no sect in the world that has not declined for thousands of years. Even in the cultivation world, the replacement of sects is like the stars in the sky, and the sun rises and the moon falls. As long as the orthodoxy is still there, even if it has declined, it does not matter, that's right. Since there is a primordial spirit projection, between the clouds and the water will naturally restore the name of the Shindao sect. Under the leadership of the Grand Master, we will unify Jianghu and revitalize the immortal Tao. Bai Yanxiu's face flushed red, and she was obviously very excited. However, although Wan Wuxin could not hear her, he seemed to have seen through her thoughts. He smiled and said, "Silly child, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. I have left all the orthodoxy in the Shindao sect, so how can I help you again? Moreover, I am only a primordial spirit projection, which is not even a primordial spirit. Other than being able to speak, I can only judge the situation based on some mana." "What are you talking about? Whether you are a man or a woman, I don't even know. How can I help you?" "Ah." Bai Yanxiu almost covered her mouth in surprise. Her face was full of disappointment, but there was also a trace of relief in her eyes. "Okay, I won't say any more. I have limited mana. It is already very rare for you to bring me here and meet the descendants of the Shindao sect. The Taoist who brought I here is not a disciple of a big sect. He seems to be from an unorthodox small sect. You all take a good look at him. I have already promised him that I will leave some benefits for him. Later, give him a copy of the jade slip that I left behind." Then, Wan Wuxin cupped his hands towards Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Taoist, thank you for bringing I to the Shindao sect. It must have been a bumpy journey. Thank you for your hard work. I have already told my disciples that I will give you some things in a while. In addition, if what I said happens in your lifetime, my disciples will definitely reward you handsomely. In addition, I have some important things to tell my disciples in private. I hope you can understand." With that, she waved her hand. Zhang Xiaohua felt that there was no movement around Wan Wuxin and Bai Yanxiu. Their mouths were moving, and even their hands were sometimes pointing to other places, but she couldn't hear a single word. Mute restriction. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. She wanted to shrug her shoulders, but unfortunately, her whole body was restrained by Wan Wuxin. Even her shoulders couldn't express her feelings. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua stood in the main hall for more than an hour like a clay statue. Within the restriction, Wan Wuxin's primordial spirit projection gradually dimmed and finally turned into specks of brilliance. Like fireflies scattering in all directions, they finally turned into dust and disappeared between heaven and earth. The mute restriction also dissipated. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua felt the restriction loosening and was about to move, Bai Yanxiu, who was still frowning and thinking hard, suddenly moved. It was the Immortal Way's levitation technique. He came directly in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to react, Bai Yanxiu's two fingers pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's major acupoints. Zhang Xiaohua understood and unconsciously her face changed. Bai Yanxiu's series of acupoints sealed her whole body's power. Moreover, the technique used to seal her acupoints was Immortal Way technique. Bewitching finger. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, but immediately understood that this was not some bewitching finger, but another Immortal Way technique in martial arts. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's face change, Bai Yanxiu let out a long sigh. Without explaining anything, he turned back to sit on the chair and looked around the main hall in a daze. He seemed to be digesting Wan Wuxin's appearance and the shocking news that Wan Wuxin brought. The entire main hall was dead silent. Except for Zhang Xiaohua and Bai Yanxiu, no one would have thought that just a moment ago, the founder of the Immortal Way, the founder of the Shindao sect, had appeared here. Bai Zhangmen. Zhang Xiaohua waited for a moment, and made up her mind. She asked angrily, "What's the matter with you? Just now, didn't you say that as long as I answered some questions and brought the matter of your sect's visit to my sect leader, you would let me go back to the Fragrant Way? What? Are you going back on your words?" Bai Yanxiu was pulled back from his contemplation by Zhang Xiaohua. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, he smiled faintly and asked softly, "Ren Xiaoxia, please don't blame me. What my founder said, I'm sure you know. This is a great opportunity for the revival of the immortal way. If my Shindao sect, between the clouds and the water can seize this opportunity, wouldn't we be able to suppress the Tenryu sect and become the #1 immortal way sect? We can also wash away the shame of my Shindao sect's previous extermination. For such an important matter, do you think I can let Ren Xiaoxia go? By the way, how did Ren Xiaoxia meet Senior Huan? Can you tell me? By Zhangmen, by treating me like this, you have completely violated the promise made to me by Senior Huan Wuxin. Tell me, do you think I can tell you anything? Ren Xiaoxia, you worry too much. I will definitely fulfill Senior Huan's promise to you. I'm just considering the consequences and want to keep Ren Xiaoxia for a few more days. Well, I forgot to tell Xiaoxia that the technique I used to seal his acupoints was left behind by the immortal Dao. If I didn't do it myself, only Nanjing Yi and Nanjing Gang of your sect, or Elder Chang Xing of the Dalan Temple and Di Shi Tian of the Tenryu sect can undo it. If Xiaoxia doesn't want to suffer and wants what Senior Huan promised, then answer my questions honestly. I like obedient children very much. Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill run down her spine. She seemed to think for a moment and then told him about her trip to Huanshu. Of course, everything was simpler and more detailed than what she told Nanjing Yi. When she finished, Bai Yanxiu was surprised. What? It's that simple? You went to that 5 elements formation and met Senior Huan? Oh, the projection of her primordial spirit? He had only said a few words and then disappeared. She also said that she wanted you to find the Shindao sect and get the secret book of peerless martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua spread her hands and said, that's right. Didn't Senior Huan mention it to you? Actually, I already said that I was a disciple of the Shindao sect, and I've never heard of the Shindao sect, but she didn't believe me. I couldn't do anything about it, and I don't know when she hid it on me. Bai Yanxiu stared at Zhang Xiaohua, seeming to be considering the authenticity of what he said. After a long while, she said, I don't know if what you said is true. It sounds really simple. However, I believe that you're an honest child who doesn't lie. Zhang Xiaohua was quite proud and raised her head. Of course. Well, that's good. What Senior Huan wants to give you is the jade slip of the immortal Dao. I'm afraid it's not useful to you, so I'll make the decision first. When I come back, I'll let you choose one of the secret books of peerless martial arts from our sect. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Why don't you give me the things of the immortal Dao? The jade slip of the immortal Dao can't be seen with the naked eye. Giving it to you is like casting pearls before swine. What's the point? It's better to give you some practical benefits. Also, about that matter, Bai Yanxiu smiled mysteriously and said, didn't Senior Huan say it? As long as you're still alive, I'll definitely give you some benefits. As long as I'm still alive? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, and then her face changed dramatically. She said angrily, Senior Huan's words are clear. If you don't meet Ren in your life, then you can only blame your bad luck. But, look at Bai Zhangmen's actions now, he actually wants to keep Ren until. If you don't meet him in your life, won't Ren die of old age between the clouds and the water? Can't I? Bai Yanxiu was extremely surprised, but also extremely innocent. Senior Huan didn't say that I can't keep you. Moreover, I've done everything Senior Huan said exactly according to what you said. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed in anger. What a good promise. Ren understands now. Maybe Senior Huan doesn't have any bad intentions, but when you make a promise, you have a countermeasure. Chapter 1023. Since Ren Xiaoxia understands, I don't have to explain too much. Bai Yanxiu sneered. I heard that you have a good relationship with your senior sister Zixia. If I preach the incense cult here, I'm afraid that Jingyi won't allow it. Since you've come to between the clouds and the water, I'll leave her here. You two can live here peacefully for the rest of your lives. Won't that be great? Good plan, good plan. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to clap her hands. Alright, Ren Xiaoxia has contributed a lot to Between the Clouds and the Water. I'll definitely treat him well. If Between the Clouds and the Water can become famous in Jianghu and become the first celestial sect, half of the credit will belong to me and half to Ren Xiaoxia. When that time comes, I'll definitely. Bai Yanxiu gave her a flirtatious look. Do I still need to say it? Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all over her body. She almost shivered on the spot. Bai Yanxiu floated in the air and came to the outside of the main hall. Sure enough, there was no one within 1,000 feet of the main hall. Men, gather the troops from the heroes' gathering palace. I have something important to do between the clouds and the water. Immediately, there were a few drumbeats. Many disciples, old and young, male and female, came out of nowhere and swarmed into the main hall. Before everyone arrived, Bai Yanxiu asked a disciple to lead Zhang Xiaohua out. Zhang Xiaohua followed the disciple and walked slowly out of the main hall. She turned back to look at Bai Yanxiu, who looked hesitant, and the disciples who were in a hurry. She couldn't help but smile mockingly. This matter really needs to be considered carefully. Not only for Between the Clouds and the Water, but also for my Beidou school. Isn't this an opportunity? When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the abode, Meng was already waiting for her. She asked anxiously, "What took you so long? What did the sect leader ask about? When are we going back?" Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let Meng worry. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. This so-called Bai Zhangmen is very interested in our incense cult. He even inquired about our senior sisters and sect leaders' daily life. You think about it, how would I know? But I was also afraid that she would come and disturb you, so I made up some nonsense. She was so confused that she thought highly of me. She even said that she wanted me to be a guardian disciple of Shuiyun Club. How can I do that? How can I have the mood to drinks? Meng's here, my heart. Meng is here, where do I have the mood to drink to the wine, eh? Pfft. Meng burst out laughing. She had long forgotten her previous worries. She pointed a finger at Zhang Xiaohua's forehead and laughed, "You're so charming. Nie Qianyu from Rejuvenation Valley is still thinking about you. Zhang Pinger from Distant Fire Temple. Huh, I heard that she's become colder than before. She doesn't speak much to male disciples. Bai Zhangmen, why did he do that the moment he saw you? He eagerly gave you the position of guardian's disciple?" Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, "I'm not talented. I'm better than Pan and ha ha ha." Meng seemed to really see a flower on Zhang Xiaohua's face. She laughed so hard that she almost bent over. "I heard that the immortal cultivator who attacked Rejuvenation Valley was very handsome. If that immortal cultivator is you, you can say the same thing." Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged for no reason. Anything is possible. I'm dying of laughter. If you're that handsome immortal cultivator, I might be, the founder of the fragrant religion. Zhang Xiaohua was happy to see Meng laughing so hard. She chatted with her for a long time before they went to rest. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in a quiet room. She checked her meridians. Although Bai Yanxiu used the immortal cultivation technique to seal Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints, he couldn't bear to use the vital energy in his own meridians. Instead, he used his internal energy to simulate vital energy. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua only used the Worry-Free Heart Sutra to open one acupoint. However, Zhang Xiaohua was afraid that Bai Yanxiu would find out the next day. She immediately stopped the Heart Sutra and kept the other acupoints in a sealed state. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Xiaohua woke up the next day, she found that all the acupoints in her body had been unsealed. She could only smile bitterly and prepare to adapt. The next day, the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water didn't disturb them. They only served them fruits, vegetables, wine, and other food. Meng Bai didn't ask anything because he and Zhang Xiaohua were by his side. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go out and see what Bai Yanxiu was doing. However, she was afraid that there was a powerful restriction between the clouds and the water, or that Bai Yanxiu had some secret magic. Therefore, she suppressed her anxiety and found some excuses to use the bewitching pointers on the disciples who served her. She got some information from them about between the clouds and the water. For 3 days in a row, Shueiyun Club seemed to be doing something big. Bai Yanxiu simply forgot Zhang Xiaohua and Meng at the back of her mind. She was busy appointing generals and dispatching troops. As for what she was busy with, the status of the disciples serving her was limited, so their knowledge was also limited. Meng was also anxious. While she nagged Zhang Xiaohua, she also urged the disciples. The disciples only smiled and didn't say a word. Meng didn't know how to deal with them and could only look for trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. On the evening of the 3rd day, Zhang Xiaohua found out from the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water that most of the disciples Between the Clouds and the Water had left the island. Bai Yanxiu also left the island in the early morning of that day. As for where he went, he still didn't know. After waking the disciple, Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Needless to say, Bai Yanxiu must have 2 plans now. One was to return to the Jianghu, and the other was to do what Wan Wuxin said. However, she didn't hear what Wan Wuxin said. He only leaked some information in front of her. As for when and where, she didn't know. However, according to what Bai Yanxiu said, perhaps even if she waited here for a lifetime, it still wouldn't happen. Therefore, what Bai Yanxiu wanted to do this time should be to return to the Jianghu Between the Clouds and the Water. This guy actually wants to turn I into a white-bearded Zhang Xiaohua. How abominable. If I don't cause some trouble between the clouds and the water, how can I be worthy of this guy's sealing eyes acupoints? However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately felt depressed. On the way in from outside Between the Clouds and the Water, he could see clearly that without the guidance of the disciples Between the Clouds and the Water, he wouldn't be able to get out easily. If he wanted to get out, he could only take Meng with him and use the power of flight. However, looking at the thick smoke above the giant island, Zhang Xiaohua was almost certain that the smoke was caused by the formation. Whether the power of flight could get him out was still a problem. Forget it, let's not think too much first. Let's cause some trouble between the clouds and the water first. Zhang Xiaohua made up his mind. Just as he was thinking about what to do, he heard Meng shouting, "Xiaohua, where are you?" "Here. I'm talking to this junior brother Between the Clouds and the Water." Zhang Xiaohua replied with a smile. "Xiaohua, it's been 3 days. The time to get back to the fragrant religion is extremely tight. Why don't you hurry to find that Bai Zhangmen, Liang Cangxiu, or Li Su? Didn't you say that even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't touch us? Why is it that now? I think they've already set their sights on us." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already told that disciple to go back and see Bai Zhangmen immediately. I'll let him tell Bai Zhangmen that if she still wants to make a living in Jianghu, he should quickly send us out of this place. Otherwise, the fragrant religion, the Dalan Temple, and the Tenryu sect will immediately unite and destroy Between the Clouds and the Water as soon as they hear the news." "Ah." Meng covered her mouth and said, "Xiaohua, if you say that, won't their first thought be to kill us to silence us?" Zhang Xiaohua turned pale with fright and said, "Isn't that so? Meng, you're really smart. I didn't think of that." Then, he muttered, "But, this is good too. We can't live together, but we can die together." "Bah." Meng's face turned red and she spat, "You're really not serious. Hurry up and catch up with that disciple." "Yes, I'll go now." Zhang Xiaohua solemnly stood up and ran out of the room in a jog. "Be careful." Meng's concerned words chased after Zhang Xiaohua's butt. Zhang Xiaohua didn't leave the abode and he went underground. When he came out, he changed his face and looked like the handsome immortal cultivator. He hid his body and floated in the air. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense openly. There was a faint white fog in the air above the giant island. It was thicker than the daytime. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was bounced back the moment it touched the fog. He couldn't leave the island. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought, he couldn't leave the island with the flying technique. Moreover, the giant island was surrounded by ponds and there were restrictions in the ponds. Zhang Xiaohua knew only the earth and fire escape techniques. He had only heard of the water escape technique. How could he escape from the water? It seems like I have to break the restriction in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment before he released his divine sense to examine the origin of the smoke. Who knew that after looking at it for a long time, he only felt that the smoke was seamless without any flaws. Zhang Xiaohua also couldn't see what kind of array this smoke was, so he couldn't help but scratch his head. At this moment, in the distant lights, there was a faint sound of clappers. It seemed to be the sound of a night watch. Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. He pinched a spell and went to the light. The light was in the main hall where Bai Yanxiu asked Zhang Xiaohua about the matter. There were many rooms and pavilions behind it. There was a large area of darkness in the brightly lit area. It was a palace with carved beams and painted pillars. However, there were very few rooms with lights. According to Zhang Xiaohua's guess, this must be Bai Yanxiu's residence. If he wanted to find out the secret of the fog array, he would have to start from Bai Yanxiu's residence. Please vote for me. Please add me to your collection. Please tip me. Chapter 1024. Before Zhang Xiaohua's figure landed, his divine sense had roughly scanned this large area. As he expected, his divine sense was bounced off at a towering palace and couldn't penetrate it. The palace was also pitch black. Zhang Xiaohua flew to the outside of the palace and looked at the closed door of the palace for a long time. He was just about to make a gesture to try to break the enchantment outside the palace, but when his gaze casually fell on the ground, his face unconsciously showed a trace of surprise. Then, regardless of the enchantment outside the palace, he just made a gesture and escaped into the ground. When he popped his head out, it was inside the enchantment. It turned out that the restriction only protected the palace above the ground, but the underground was completely unprotected. It was completely naked. Scratching his head, Zhang Xiaohua really didn't understand why this enchantment was so lame. Even the enchantment that he set up at night when he cultivated also considered the underground. It was not like this enchantment which only cared about the head and not the butt. Most of the palace inside the enchantment was no different from an ordinary palace. It was plain and there was no fluctuation of primordial qi. Only in one of the large rooms, Zhang Xiaohua found a very obscure fluctuation. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and went straight into this room. As soon as he entered the room, a strong smell of cosmetics hit his face. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and took out the luminous pearl. With the brilliance of the luminous pearl, he could see the room clearly. The inside of this room was very luxurious. A large bed that could sleep 10 people was placed in the middle of the room. The bed looked to be made of a date red wood. Above the bed, there was a huge pink transparent cover hanging down from the thick beam of the roof of the palace, covering the entire large bed. On the large bed, there was also pink satin piled up. Whether it was the bedding or something else, it wasn't Zhang Xiaohua's concern. He looked at the row of cabinets on one side of the palace wall. The cabinets didn't have doors and were open. At a glance, he saw that the cabinets were filled with all kinds of clothes. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense. There was no fluctuation of primordial qi, so he turned his gaze away. What was left was an extremely gorgeous dressing table on the opposite side of the cabinet. There was also a bronze mirror that was about the height of a person in front of another wall. Furthermore, there was a small bronze mirror on the dressing table. There were also a few beautiful dressing boxes. However, there were no yuan qi fluctuations from them. "Oh, did I make a mistake?" Zhang Xiaohua was rather surprised. He used a seal to protect this palace, but there is nothing valuable inside. What is the meaning of this? Or, does Bai Yanxiu have a way to hide the fluctuation of primordial qi? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin. His eyes flickered as he released his divine sense. While he was carefully inspecting, his eyes were also looking around. He first looked at the large bed. That bed was really too big. Even if Bai Yanxiu rolled on it with all his might, he wouldn't be able to roll down. Why would she sleep on such a large bed? Zhang Xiaohua was an immortal path qi practitioner. Every night, he would sit cross-legged and cultivate the carefree heart sutra. Even ordinary martial arts experts would use their inner energy to replace sleep at night. For an expert like Bai Yanxiu, who had stepped into the ranks of Qi practitioners, there was no way he would make such a large bed just to sleep. However, when Zhang Xiaohua once again focused his attention on this somewhat overly large bed, he really did see some differences. This large bed was somewhat similar to the Kang bed in Zhang Xiaohua's Guozhuang house. The entire bed was supported by large stones. Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with confusion. He walked to the bed, and a delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. Zhang Xiaohua let out a laugh. He reached out and lifted the silk bedding on the bed, revealing a pitch-black stone slab that was more than 3 fingers thick under the bedding. This stone slab was different from the stones supporting it. It was a complete piece. When the brilliance of the luminous pearl shone on the pitch-black stone slab, there was no reflection at all. The light seemed to have been absorbed by the stone slab. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and touched the stone slab. The stone slab was a little rough, and it did not match the smooth surface. After Zhang Xiaohua focused his eyes on it for a moment, he vaguely saw some unfathomable flashes of light within the stone slab. It was somewhat similar to the starlight in the night sky, but in a flash, it was similar to lightning. This. Zhang Xiaohua touched the strange stone slab, not knowing what to say. In his divine sense, this stone slab was no different from the stones below. There was not even the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi. How could it be so different when seen with the naked eye? Whatever. Anyway, it's here to harm Bai Yanxiu. She slept under this thing every day. Needless to say, it must be something good. I'll just accept it. It's just that, this stone slab is too big. In my belt. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, and his divine sense entered his belt. He had collected too much 5 elements chalcedony in his belt, and there was indeed less space to store things. Fortunately, the stone slab was flat, and Zhang Xiaohua only needed to tidy it up slightly to free up the space. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua placed the mysterious stone slab into his belt, another problem occurred. The stone slab was like the great wisdom sword, and could not be controlled with his divine sense. How should it be said, the great wisdom sword could not be controlled with his divine sense at all. This stone slab could be grasped by his divine sense, but it gave Zhang Xiaohua the feeling of using both hands to catch a small loach in the river. It was slippery, and there was no strength at all. However, it was still almost, and not completely impossible to control. Zhang Xiaohua exerted enough patience, and expended more than half of his divine sense, and paid the price with sweat beading on his forehead. Only then did he manage to store the mysterious stone slab into his belt. It's painful but happy. Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled happily. He did not know the origin of the stone slab, and did not know its use, but, to be able to take away something that Bai Yanxiu slept under, Zhang Xiaohua would wake up smiling even in his dreams. Hee, you actually dare to turn I into Whitebeard Zhang Xiaohua. Even if you think about it, that won't do. I must teach you a lesson. Cough cough, it seems, to be a dream, to grow old together here, and not care about the affairs of the world. It's also a happy thing. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged, and carefully operated God's guidance, gradually replenishing his divine sense. His eyes looked around the bedroom again. Bai Yanxiu was a descendant of the Shandao sect, and if it was said that there were no relics of the immortal Tao in her bedroom, and that there were no rubbish that Zhang Xiaohua liked to pick up, even if Zhang Xiaohua's head was cracked open, he would not believe it. But, where were those things kept? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes looked around the bedroom again and again, and his divine sense swept again and again, but he did not find anything out of the ordinary. After Zhang Xiaohua looked through everything one by one, and even the undergarments and outerwear in the wardrobe, his gaze landed on the huge mirror placed at the head of the bed. According to Zhang Xiaohua's idea, there was already a bronze mirror on the dressing table, and Bai Yanxiu could already put on makeup in front of it, so there was no need to place a huge mirror at the head of the bed. Since this huge mirror was superfluous, and it was even placed at the head of the bed, what was the use of it? Needless to say, if there was something out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong with this huge mirror. However, Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the mirror, and the light from the luminous pearl shone on the bronze mirror, and even the silk on the huge bed could be seen clearly. It was obviously a bronze mirror, right? How different could it be? Looking closer, he did not find anything. Zhang Xiaohua turned over and landed on the bed, and danced around on the bed for a while. The reflection on the bronze mirror was the same, very normal. "Io, what is going on?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. Could it be that Bai Yanxiu likes to see how I look when I sleep at night? This fellow's hobby is extremely wonderful. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Xiaohua covered the bronze mirror with his divine sense from top to bottom, and wanted to do a final check, but it was still to no avail. There seemed to be no movement, and there seemed to be no sign of it. Perhaps Bai Yanxiu kept the things close and put them somewhere else. Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart as he prepared to leave the bedroom. However, when he accidentally caught sight of the small bronze mirror on the dressing table from the corner of his eye, he immediately froze on the spot as though he had been struck by lightning. "Everyone, what do you think?" It turned out that the small bronze mirror also faintly reflected Zhang Xiaohua's face, but that face was Zhang Xiaohua disguised as Pan An's handsome face. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the huge bronze mirror in disbelief, and the reflection in the bronze mirror was actually a complete Zhang Xiaohua. In an instant, a feeling of horror rose from the bottom of Zhang Xiaohua's heart. This bronze mirror could actually reflect his original appearance. It was no wonder, he just stood in front of this huge bronze mirror for a long time, and the mirror was filled with Zhang Xiaohua. It was originally him, so there was nothing to be suspicious about. If not for the small mirror, he almost forgot that he disguised as Panan. This is it. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he was about to put the large bronze mirror into his belt. However, the bronze mirror seemed to have grown roots, and no matter how Zhang Xiaohua moved it with his divine sense, it did not move an inch. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua was angry. He walked to the front of the bronze mirror, bent down, and grabbed the bottom edge of the bronze mirror. Using the strength of his arms, he lifted it up stiffly. The strength of Zhang Xiaohua's arms could be said to be shocking, but the bronze mirror only shook slightly, and he could not lift it up completely. Zhang Xiaohua was once again in a difficult position. Then, Zhang Xiaohua circled the large bronze mirror a few times, his hand holding his chin, and his eyes darting around. After half a cigarette, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the huge bronze mirror, he stretched out his hand and took out the small mirror that he inherited from the incense sect, which was called the Hao Tian mirror by Nanjing Gang. Who knew, when the Hao Tian mirror was taken out of the money bag, Zhang Xiaohua immediately lost control of it, and it flew out of his hand in midair. Chapter 1025. After Zhang Xiaohua took out the clear sky mirror from her purse, it immediately flew out of Zhang Xiaohua's hand and hovered in midair. The clear sky mirror slowly floated in midair and stopped in the middle of the large copper mirror. Then, the surface of the clear sky mirror faced upwards and gradually emitted a silvery white brilliance. This brilliance became increasingly resplendent and bright. When the brilliance gathered to a certain extent, it formed a weak light pillar. The light pillar slowly dimmed and elongated, shining towards the ceiling of the bedroom. When the light pillar shone, the ceiling of the bedroom seemed to be transparent, revealing the thick fog in the night sky outside. Then, the fog melted like snow in boiling water, revealing a huge round hole and the resplendent stars in the night sky. After a few breaths, the stars in the round hole suddenly flashed rapidly. A crazy amount of star energy rushed into the clear sky mirror as if it was smashing down. The clear sky mirror buzzed and let out a joyful sound, as if it was absorbing the starlight in the sky. After the time it took to eat a meal, the clear sky mirror gradually stopped shaking. Then, it tilted slightly and gradually faced the large copper mirror in front of the bed. Immediately, the starlight was reflected by the clear sky mirror. The large copper mirror did not have any reaction at first, and the starlight was not reflected again. Even Zhang Xiaohua's figure in the large copper mirror disappeared. Gradually, a silvery white dot appeared in the middle of the large copper mirror. That dot grew bigger and bigger. When it was the size of a copper coin, it stopped expanding and turned into ripples that spread across the entire copper mirror. Then, the surface of the copper mirror rippled like the surface of a lake. After rippling for a few rounds, the silvery white dot gradually expanded. This time, it only stopped expanding when it was the size of the clear sky mirror. At this moment, the surface of the copper mirror stopped rippling. Instead, it slowly twisted and the circle in the middle became brighter. When it was as bright as a small full moon, the floating clear sky mirror turned again and faced the circle on the copper mirror. At this moment, the light beam from the clear sky mirror disappeared. The starlight that filled the sky also stopped pouring down. The entire ceiling of the bedroom returned to its original state, leaving only the brilliance of the large copper mirror and the clear sky mirror. The brilliance of the two mirrors illuminated the entire bedroom as if it was daytime. Zhang Xiaohua squinted her eyes and carefully observed the silver brilliance of the clear sky mirror and the circle on the copper mirror. The two lights reflected on each other as if they were communicating. After a few breaths, the brilliance of the two mirrors suddenly became so bright that it dazzled Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. She closed her eyes naturally. The moment Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes, the clear sky mirror moved forward silently. In an instant, it crossed the distance between the two mirrors and disappeared into the large copper mirror. When Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes again, the clear sky mirror had already disappeared. The silvery white brilliance of the large copper mirror gradually dimmed. Even the circle in the middle gradually shrank. "Io, where's my small mirror?" Zhang Xiaohua shouted and flew to the front of the copper mirror. Did it get eaten by the large mirror? Shit, I went for wool but came home shorn. I've suffered a huge loss this time. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was feeling regretful, the circle on the copper mirror disappeared. With a clear, chi sound, the large copper mirror swayed slightly. Then, there was a chi sound. The entire chamber was shaking. The large copper mirror in front of Zhang Xiaohua slowly shrank. When it shrank to a certain extent, there was a hole that was about the height of a person in the wall that was previously covered by the copper mirror. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to look at the hole. Instead, she focused on the shrinking copper mirror. The copper mirror looked different from before. There were some decorations on the round surface of the mirror that were made of an unknown material. It surrounded the entire supreme sky mirror, forming a rectangle. There were mysterious patterns carved on the surrounding materials. The patterns formed extremely profound talismans. Between the patterns, there were countless tiny tadpole-like carvings. On the top of the circular mirror, there were 3 tadpole-like words. However, these 3 words weren't the ancient words that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with. She couldn't understand the meaning of these words. Supreme Sky Mirror? Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips and read it out loud. The clear sky mirror continued to shrink until it was 30 centimeters in size. Then, a purple light flashed again, and an extremely desolate aura was emitted from the clear sky mirror. After a flash, the clear sky mirror floated in the air again. Looking at the supreme sky mirror that had returned to its original state, Zhang Xiaohua reached out her hand without hesitation. She grabbed the supreme sky mirror and flipped it around. Then, she immersed her divine sense into it. It had the same reaction as the small mirror in the past. It didn't seem to have any reaction. Zhang Xiaohua and the supreme sky mirror had returned to her original appearance as Zhang Xiaohua. Scratching her head, Zhang Xiaohua kept the supreme sky mirror in her coin pouch. Then, she looked at the hole that was covered by the large mirror. Needless to say, the large mirror was a part of the supreme sky mirror and was used as a restriction on the hole. Now that the large mirror and the small mirror had combined to form the supreme sky mirror, the hole was naturally exposed. Furthermore, the hole was definitely the place that Zhang Xiaohua had been looking for. Using her divine sense to probe the hole, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Her divine sense could only see 3 feet in front of her. There must be a restriction on her divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua reached out her hand and took out Chasing Dream. Then, she flew into the hole, the hole was similar to the tunnels that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. They all led downwards. However, this tunnel was made of green bricks. It seemed to be man-made. There were burning torches in the passageway, illuminating the entire passageway. However, after walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua found that the entire passageway was quiet, without the slightest movement. Soon after, there were forks in the tunnel. There were small huts on both sides of the tunnel. Zhang Xiaohua carefully pushed open one of the huts. There was only a simple praying mat inside. There was nothing else. Zhang Xiaohua walked along the passageway and only picked up the things that could go down. After the time it took to eat a meal, he arrived at a place that looked a little rundown. It was only rundown that the green bricks were gone, and the passageway had turned into stone walls and mud. Moreover, there were fewer torches here, making it look very dark. After turning a corner, a small space appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. There were no more tunnels in this space. There were only 3 small doors on the left, right, and front. Each door looked exactly the same. There was a torch hanging on the wall in front of each door. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the area 3 feet around her. She didn't find anything special. The small doors also blocked her divine sense. Hence, she hesitated for a moment. Then, she cautiously pushed open the small door on her left hand. The small door opened silently. Zhang Xiaohua held Chasing Dream in her hand and quickly scanned the interior. She didn't see anyone. Then, she jumped in and closed the door behind her. The interior of the door wasn't spacious. It was only 2 feet square. At this moment, there were no torches hanging on the wall. Instead, there were fist-sized luminous pearls embedded on the wall. There were so many of them that the entire room was brightly lit. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the door and looked around. There were 3 rows and 4 rows of jade tables in the entire room. There were jade scrolls, magic tools, and jade bottles on each table. They were placed neatly. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to cover her mouth and laugh. I finally found the place. Zhang Xiaohua had picked up a lot of trash. She wanted to enter the secret room of a large immortal sect and find so many treasures. This was the first time in history. How could she not be happy? Rubbing her hands, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the jade table closest to her. There was a half-moon-shaped jade pendant here. The luster was a little dim, but the edges of the half-moon shape faintly flashed with a silver luster. It should be a magic tool with some history. However, when Zhang Xiaohua reached out to take it, she was blocked by a layer of restriction on the outside of the magic tool. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua patted her head and said secretly, "Extreme joy begets sorrow. How did I forget about divine sense?" When she released her divine sense, she realized that there was no restriction on divine sense in the entire room. On each of the 12 jade tables, there was a different layer of restriction that firmly protected the things on the table. These restrictions were different from what Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. What was the difference? It was very simple. In the past, Zhang Xiaohua had seen that most of the restrictions were weak in primordial qi, which weakened the power of the restrictions a lot. Sometimes, Zhang Xiaohua could break the restrictions almost effortlessly. But the restrictions here had abundant primordial qi fluctuations. They were not affected by the lack of primordial qi of heaven and earth at all. Alas! Zhang Xiaohua sighed and checked the 12 different restrictions one by one. She sighed in her heart and felt very regretful. Since she came into contact with the immortal Tao, the history of breaking the old restrictions casually was probably gone forever. In the future, she really had to rely on her own strength to really break the restrictions. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua waved her left hand and stabbed out with a nameless sword move. Sure enough, there was no primordial qi flow. Presumably, the primordial qi flow had already been consumed when she broke the restriction of the dragon vein. However, looking at so many things, she couldn't take any of them. It really made Zhang Xiaohua feel unreconciled in her heart. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did a little comparison and walked to a stone table on the right side of one of the stone tables. There was a lonely jade slip on it. The restriction on it emitted a faint blue light. Her divine sense felt that this restriction was a little familiar, and the primordial chi fluctuation inside was a little weaker than the other restrictions. Presumably, it was not important. Rubbing her chin and pondering for a while, Zhang Xiaohua took out a fire talisman from her arms and threw it on the table. The flame produced by the fire talisman was extinguished immediately after it ignited slightly. Chapter 10:26. Zhang Xiaohua nodded his head slightly, as if he had understood something. Next, he took out a jade scroll and inserted his divine sense into it. After carefully studying it for a long time, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Next, he retrieved 5 fingernail-sized 5-element chalcedony from his belt and casually tossed them into the air. After which, he sat down cross-legged and sent out a few fire talismans and a few hand seals, melting the 5 chalcedony floating in the air into a liquid state. Looking at the 5 fingernail-sized 5 elements chalcedony floating in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua's expression was dignified. He kept casting the hand seals on his 2 fingers and used one fire talisman after another. When the 5 elements chalcedony had shrunk to half its size, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes revealed a gratified smile. Then, he did not dare to delay and changed the hand seals again. As if he was playing a zither, the true chi in the meridians in his body rushed to his fingers and formed hand seals on his fingers. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness was also greatly consumed with the hand seals. When the 5 elements chalcedony in the air gradually solidified, Zhang Xiaohua's expression became more dignified. His right hand slightly clenched into a fist at his waist, while his left hand slowly moved and formed hand seals. It was as if there were stones tied to his fingers. If one looked carefully, the strokes of his fingers were even more mysterious than before. Suddenly, the 5 jade chalcedony trembled at the same time. One moved up and one down, as if they were about to fly away. Zhang Xiaohua's face was not shocked but happy. His right hand, which had been at his waist all this time, suddenly opened up. 5 fingers stretched out in a hand seal that had been accumulating strength for a long time, accompanied by Zhang Xiaohua's true chi, hit the 5 jade chalcedony. Kacha, a crisp sound was heard. A faint 5-colored brilliance flashed and the 5 elements chalcedony condensed into 5 different shaped jade talismans. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long sigh. With a wave of his hand, the 5 jade talismans fell into his hand. Looking at these small jade talismans, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just these 5 jade talismans had consumed all of his true chi, and it was only to break the most inconspicuous of the 12 restrictions. Why do I always feel that my cultivation is insufficient as my cultivation increases? It was true when I was in the 3rd layer of chi refinement. Later on, I reached the 6th layer of chi refinement. Now, I'm already at the peak of the 9th layer of chi refinement. Why is it still like this? Is the cultivation of the immortal Tao really endless? Without further thought, Zhang Xiaohua first, he took out a spirit stone to replenish the true chi in his meridians. At the same time, he used spirit guidance and used to recover his spirit. Ever since 9 Radiance Peak, Zhang Xiaohua didn't use the spirit stone to cultivate. He just slept at night. Because he was often not alone, he didn't take it out. At this moment, when he just absorbed the true chi inside, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly noticed that the speed of absorbing true chi wasn't as fast as before. It wasn't just a drop. However, in the time it took to smoke a cigarette, half of the true chi in his meridians had been replenished. Well, I'll leave it at that. I'm afraid there isn't enough time. Zhang Xiaohua thought as he put away the spirit stone. He stood up and placed the 5 jade talismans on 5 different places on the stone table. Then, he made a hand seal, and a 5-colored light curtain scattered on the restriction on the stone table. With a creaking sound, the water blue restriction gradually dimmed, and the fluctuation of true chi also weakened. Then, Zhang Xiaohua clenched his teeth. The 5-colored jade talismans flashed, and the creaking sound became louder. He stood at the door and looked at the other two small doors. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. He only had half of his essential qi left and his divine sense was insufficient. It seemed that the restrictions in the other two secret rooms were no small matter. Even if he went in, it would be useless. He might as well go back earlier and think about it. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, the small door on the right was pushed open silently. It was pushed open from the inside. Zhang Xiaohua was still thinking about whether he should push the door open or not. He didn't expect that the door would be pushed open from his side. He was stunned on the spot. As for the person who pushed the door open, he didn't expect that there would be someone in this space. His expression changed greatly and his eyes revealed a look of fear. But when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's face, his expression changed greatly. A look of disbelief and incomprehension filled his entire face. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. This person wasn't anyone else but his old acquaintance, Peng Yeyu. Senior brother Peng, why are you here? Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and asked. Me? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's calm expression, Peng Yeyu was also shocked. He thought that he had walked into the wrong place. But when he looked around, he shouted, Ren Xiaoyao, this is my sex forbidden area. Why are you here? Forbidden area? Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked curiously, since it's forbidden area, why are you here? Peng Yeyu hesitated for a moment before shouting, my sect leader sent me to retrieve something. I heard that Bai Yanqiu left the island this morning. How did she inform you to retrieve something? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. This is none of your business. As he spoke, Peng Yeyu came to his senses. He waved the long sword in his hand and a red sword appeared. He said angrily, this is my territory between the clouds and the water. You are just a disciple of the fragrant religion. What right do you have to order me around? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was silent, Peng Yeyu sneered, since you are here, this is exactly what I wanted. I was worried about how to cover it up. Now that I have killed you on the spot, I will say that I saw you sneaking into the forbidden area at night. I followed you and entered the forbidden area. This is perfect. He rubbed his chin and nodded, Senior brother Peng's words are reasonable. If Ren killed you and said the same thing, what do you think would happen? Ha ha ha. Peng Yeyu heard this and felt that it was very funny. He waved his long sword and said, Junior brother Ren, good idea. However, even if you came back from the Dalan temple and received the teachings of the elders, I don't think it will work. Would my sect leader believe you? Why not? If he didn't believe Ren, why would he let you go to the Huiming Hall to receive your punishment? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Peng Yeyu's face turned red. He said angrily, I am not unkind to you and Miss Xixia. I didn't kill you on the spot. Even if Alliance Master Huang of the Falling Stars Alliance wanted to kill you, I stopped him. Why do you have to hit me when I am down? Zhang Xiaohua picked her ears and said with a smile, when did Ren hit me when I am down? You can't blindly accuse me of something like this. Haha. Peng Yeyu said with a sinister smile, why would I talk to you? Of course, the sect leader wants you to stay in the sect for some reason. However, this is exactly what I want. If I kill you in this forbidden area, how can the sect leader not reward me? As for Xixia, she is just an inner disciple of the fragrant cult. Since she is already here, the sect leader won't let her out of the water island. Since you don't have the fortune to enjoy her, why don't you leave her to me? Peng Yeyu's pretense of being gentle was finally exposed at this moment. He raised his hand and the red long sword stretched out more than 3 inches. He waved the sword towards Zhang Xiaohua. Sword Qi. Zhang Xiaohua shouted. Since she knew that between the clouds and the water was a descendant of the Shindao sect, she vaguely knew why Peng Yeyu, Liang Zhangxiu, and the others only used long swords. You know about the sword Qi? Peng Yeyu was stunned. His sword did not stop as he said, I guess your senior sister Peacock who survived a great disaster told you about it. Of course not. Zhang Xiaohua leaped into the air and threw Chasing Dream. She shouted, "Of course, I saw it with my own eyes." As she said that, her divine sense changed and Chasing Dream split into two. The two sword lights pierced towards Peng Yeyu from the left and right. Flying sword? Peng Yeyu was shocked. He did not even notice Zhang Xiaohua's floating figure in the air. He waved his long sword and slashed at the two sword lights. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. When the sword light flew in front of Peng Yeyu, it paused for a moment. Peng peng peng. Two light sounds rang out. The two sword lights collided with the long saber and were knocked away. If the sword chi can block the flying sword, then, the sword light should be able to do the same. Zhang Xiaohua confirmed her thoughts. She moved her divine sense and Chasing Dream flew back. Chapter 10:27. Peng Yeyu's expression returned to calmness when he saw that his blade had repelled Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. He smiled and said, "I thought that only the inner disciples of the incense cult had the chance to obtain the immortal Tao inheritance. I didn't expect junior brother Ren to obtain it at such a young age. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Thank you for letting me win, but didn't senior brother Peng also obtain the immortal Tao inheritance?" "Of course. My sect between the clouds and the water is blessed by the heavens. How can your incense cult compare? I heard that your incense cult hasn't had a disciple for many years." "Oh, right, junior brother Ren, since there hasn't been a disciple for many years, how did you obtain the immortal Tao inheritance? Could it be your abbess Jingyi's?" Peng Yeyu's face revealed a lewd smile as he spoke. "This bastard." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. His initial impression of Peng Yeyu was not bad. Back in Aqua Cloud Club's main hall, he only saw the way Peng Yeyu stared at Meng Yeyu unhappily. That was why he exposed Peng Yeyu. Now that he heard Peng Yeyu's filthy words, how could he not know that Peng Yeyu was also a hooligan dressed in human clothing? However, all of this is fleeting clouds. Junior brother Ren, when junior brother Liang and the others were fighting the incense cult's disciples on Lingering Fragrance Peak, I've already cut off your head. No one else can compare to this merit, bah, keep dreaming. Zhang Xiaohua spat at him. Chasing Meng flew straight towards Peng Yeyu's chest. Peng Yeyu wasn't in a hurry. He waved his long blade and hid behind a scarlet blade. His right hand quietly reached into his chest. Zhang Xiaohua's Chasing Meng split into two and arrived in front of him. Peng Yeyu used his blade technique, wanting to repel the two flying swords like before. However, the moment his blade touched Chasing Meng trembled and split into two again. Four sword shadows appeared. Ah! Upon seeing this, Peng Yeyu's expression changed greatly. He quickly took out his right hand from his chest. Before Zhang Xiaohua could see what was in his hand, Peng Yeyu immediately circulated his qi. A crimson-red light screen quickly extended from Peng Yeyu's right hand. At the same time, Peng Yeyu also used the momentum to jump to the side. Peng! The two sword lights from Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword pierced the red defensive light shield on Peng Yeyu's right hand. The light shield rippled a few times before it slowly closed. The other two sword lights struck Peng Yeyu's saber aura. The impact made Peng Yeyu's left hand numb, and he almost threw his saber to the ground. "Io, junior brother Ren, I didn't expect your cultivation of the immortal Tao to be so profound. To actually reach this level?" As Peng Yeyu spoke, his eyes glanced at the door he'd just pushed open. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't waste any more words with him. With a push of her divine perception, Chasing Meng once again flew back and transformed into 8 sword lights. One in front and one behind, they pierced Peng Yeyu's crimson defensive light shield. "Ah! You're Rejuvenation Valley's senior of the immortal Tao?" Upon seeing Zhang Xiaohua's 8 flying swords, Peng Yeyu abruptly thought of the rumors of Rejuvenation Valley's immortal Tao. Didn't the senior who used the flying art use 8 sword lights? At this moment, Peng Yeyu finally noticed that Zhang Xiaohua was about half a foot off the ground. She'd been floating in the air for a long time. Peng Yeyu was terrified. How could he remain calm? How could he wield the long saber as freely as he did that day? Peng, 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 peng. 4 consecutive explosions rang out. 4 sword lights pierced the same spot on the defensive light shield. Peng Yeyu didn't dare to delay any longer. His figure flew over, intending to use his qinggong to escape towards that small door. Peng, 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 pu. First, there were 3 explosions, followed by a muffled sound. The chasing Meng Yeyu's small sword pierced Peng Yeyu's defensive light shield 7 times. The last sword pierced Peng Yeyu's heart. Ah! Peng Yeyu screamed tragically and fell to the ground. Io. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned. She shot over like an arrow and didn't wait for Peng Yeyu's figure to land on the ground. She pressed a finger on the major acupoint at the back of his head. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still a little too late. She only managed to ask a few of the most pressing questions before Peng Yeyu breathed his last and died. Sigh, my hand is still too fast. If only I could injure him heavily first. But if... Isn't this a little too merciful? Just kill him. Why torture him? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Actually, when Zhang Xiaohua saw Peng Yeyu, she already had a small plan in her heart. A plan to escape between the clouds and the water. And after Peng Yeyu's questions before he died, it confirmed the feasibility of her plan. She took out a fire talisman and burned Peng Yeyu's body. There wasn't anything special left on the ground. Even the long saber had turned into nothingness. Then, Zhang Xiaohua held Zhu Meng in her hands and walked to the door in the middle without hesitation. She pushed the door open and entered. Because according to Peng Yeyu, this was the forbidden area between the clouds and the water. Unless Bai Yanxiu gave permission, no one could enter easily. And at this time, Bai Yanxiu had brought most of the people between the clouds and the water away from the island. The strength of the sect was weak. Other than Peng Yeyu, a disciple who had been punished for no reason, he was angry. Tonight, he had rushed into this forbidden area recklessly and died unjustly. Absolutely no one would have the courage to enter this forbidden area again. Thinking about it, if it wasn't a forbidden area, anyone could enter. But, everyone could see Bai Yanxiu sleeping on the big bed. Zhang Xiaohua thought wretchedly. Moreover, according to Peng Yeyu's words, there was a small door in the middle. Bai Yanxiu would definitely not let anyone enter. And Peng Yeyu's plan was to go to the passage that Zhang Xiaohua had just walked through to find some divine weapons or secret martial arts manuals. Opening the small door, a gust of cold air rushed to her face. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat as she felt a sense of danger. After waiting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua first used her divine sense to explore. Fortunately, although her divine sense was suppressed here, she could still extend it about 10 feet. This was a pitch-black passage. It was no different from the mountain path that Zhang Xiaohua had explored before. Seeing that there were no changes, Zhang Xiaohua stepped in. The passage was winding downwards. The steps were quite wide. Zhang Xiaohua took almost 2 steps to complete 1 step. With the light of the luminous pearl in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua saw that there were some water droplets on the surrounding stone walls. And those water droplets followed the restriction that was invisible to the naked eye and gradually gathered and flowed to the bottom of the steps. She didn't know what time it was now, but Zhang Xiaohua knew that she had to hurry. There wasn't much time left for her. Riding the wind, Zhang Xiaohua flew down. After walking for half a mile, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was almost at the bottom of the water. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Not far ahead, under Zhang Xiaohua's feet, there was a huge pit of about 10 feet. That light was emitted from the countless luminous pearl inlaid on the stone walls around the big pit. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the things in the deep pit, she couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone, guess what Zhang Xiaohua saw? The first thing that entered Zhang Xiaohua's eyes was in the deep pit. In an irregular shape, there were dozens of familiar-looking pill furnaces. 8 trigrams purple golden furnace? Zhang Xiaohua didn't look at other things and blurted out. However, when he wanted to take a closer look, a layer of transparent restriction blocked him, and he couldn't take another step forward. Without saying anything, Zhang Xiaohua took out Chasing Dream and used her spiritual sense to control the flying sword to stab at the restriction. Unfortunately, after dozens of stabs, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense didn't even shake the restriction. Sigh, that's what I said. This is obviously the most important place between the clouds and the water. Why aren't there any strange restrictions along the way? So, it's waiting for us here. Looking at the restriction, it should be similar to the array that protects the dragon's vein in the incense cult. It's definitely not something that a qi refining stage cultivator can break. No wonder Bai Yanxiu was so relaxed and didn't put up any defenses. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and thought. At the same time, she looked at the deep pit again. After counting carefully, the 8 trigrams purple golden furnace in the deep pit, temporarily called the 8 trigrams purple golden furnace, there were a total of 25 furnaces. These 25 furnaces were arranged in 7 different places, and each place should have 7 pill furnaces. But now, in these 7 places, there wasn't a single spot with 7 pill furnaces. They were more or less missing. In the place with the most missing furnaces, there was only 1 pill furnace placed in the innermost place. And in the middle of these 25 pill furnaces, there was an empty space. There was only a foggy thing floating in the air. From afar, she couldn't see clearly what it was. I'm envious, I'm envious. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the pill furnaces and felt like she wanted to reach out and tear the restriction. But Zhang Xiaohua didn't give up and looked at the restriction again with her divine sense. Then, she angrily comforted herself, needless to say, what kind of array is this? The pill furnaces that are missing are in my hands. If I don't go in, this array will never be complete. That's not right. There should be a total of 49 pill furnaces. There are 24 empty spots. There are only 18 pill furnaces in my belt. Doesn't that mean there are still 6 pill furnaces that are missing? Forget it, forget it. This array has no fate with me. Zhang Xiaohua endured the pain and turned to leave. But, she couldn't help but look back again. Looking at the ground, she made a gesture and directly went underground. She still wanted to see if this array was like the restriction in Bai Yanxiu's bedroom, with a strong start but weak finish. At first, the more Zhang Xiaohua looked, the more disappointed she was. The light purple restriction underground was still intact and protected the big pit on the ground. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was about to give up, she suddenly found that there was a well-developed underground passage in one part of the array. But this passage wasn't used by humans, but rats. Zhang Xiaohua knew from the Guozhuang house that rats in the fields were the most abominable. They always dragged unripe and ripe rice and other things into their underground caves. And the caves of rats were extremely complicated. Even if they could find the entrance, it was unlikely that they could find the hiding place of the rice. But at this time, when Zhang Xiaohua saw the rat's cave, she almost wanted to thank the rats. Because on the side of the rat's cave, there was a cave entrance facing the restriction. Chapter 1028. Looking at the seal on the side of the rat's hole, there was a spot that was about a foot wide. It was already dimmed, and the vital energy fluctuations were extremely weak. That rat had actually bitten through the seal. Sigh. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Such a powerful seal was something that even a mid-stage qi refining cultivator like him couldn't do anything about. That ordinary rat was actually able to bite through the seal. Legend has it that a foolish old man moved a mountain, and here, a rat broke through a seal. I have to say, this is a legend that will last for eternity. Perhaps, time and perseverance are the most effective ways to break through all seals. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He moved to the front of the seal that was about to be broken. The rat hole was deep underground, and there were no signs of rats at all. The area within 100 feet of the hole was also abnormally clean. Perhaps the rats had already migrated. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the time to think about the details of the person who broke the seal. He waved Chasing Dream in his hand, and several rays of sword light pierced into the hole. With just 5 rays of sword light, the light of the seal was annihilated. It was much easier and more convenient than breaking through Peng Yeyu's defensive light barrier. A hole that was about a foot wide appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to enter. He released his divine sense and observed carefully. As expected, the moment the hole appeared, it gradually began to repair itself. Zhang Xiaohua's heart gradually turned cold. However, a miracle still happened. The seal that was bitten off by the rat could no longer be repaired. The seal that was broken by Zhang Xiaohua only recovered to the spot that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. It stopped abruptly. Sai, a mid-stage qi refining cultivator, couldn't even compare to a rat. This seal breaking must be the most unimaginable seal breaking. After that, Zhang Xiaohua broke the seal again. He used the transfiguration technique to shrink his body to about a foot, and smoothly entered the hole. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the pit, he did not wait for his body to stabilize in midair. A powerful force pulled him towards the bottom of the pit. With a bang, Zhang Xiaohua's entire body fell to the bottom of the pit. If it wasn't for the fact that he had honed his bones over the years, wouldn't he have been reduced to a pile of bones by now? Needless to say, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua understood that the restriction in the pit also prohibited the flight technique. Standing up from the ground, Zhang Xiaohua shook her dizzy head and walked to the nearest pill furnace. Upon closer inspection, it really was another 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. He sent his divine sense into the pill furnace. The pill furnace also had the words, 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, written on it. The inner walls of the pill furnace also had the same sacrificial chant. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Who would be so bored as to actually refine 49 identical pill furnaces and arrange them into an array formation? This array formation, could it be that it possessed inconceivable power? I don't care anymore. Zhang Xiaohua thought. Her divine sense swept out, wanting to put this 8 trigrams purple gold furnace into her belt. Who knew that when the pill furnace was lifted slightly, there was a strange connection from the other pill furnaces that were together with this pill furnace? The entire pit immediately produced a force, holding the pill furnace in place. No matter how much strength Zhang Xiaohua used, she couldn't put the pill furnace away. Io, this is bad. Could it be that this is a fixed array formation? Zhang Xiaohua thought. She walked forward and raised her arms, wanting to use the most barbaric method to move the pill furnace away from its original position. But just like before, just as the pill furnace left the ground, it was pulled by a powerful force. As the strength of Zhang Xiaohua's arms increased, the force also increased. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua's arms couldn't support it and she threw the pill furnace to the ground. Scratching her head, Zhang Xiaohua was at her wit's end. It seemed that this pill furnace wasn't something she could put away. But since she couldn't put it away, if the pill furnaces in her belt were taken out, what would happen? Would this array formation be repaired? It shouldn't be, because counting the numbers, there were still 6 pill furnaces that weren't included. Looking at this small array formation that was still missing 3 pill furnaces, Zhang Xiaohua hesitantly took out one of the pill furnaces from her belt, wanting to put it in an empty spot in front of her. However, just as that pill furnace appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, before she could put it on the ground, a kind of fluctuation appeared from a small array formation in the distance. This fluctuation was similar to the fluctuation between the 18 pill furnaces in Zhang Xiaohua's belt, but it was obviously much stronger. Once this fluctuation appeared, a suction force appeared from the array formation in the distance, instantly sucking that pill furnace horizontally into the array formation in the distance. This is bad. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and found that there was only one empty spot in the array formation that sucked the pill furnace over. In other words, as long as this pill furnace fell to the ground, this small array formation would immediately be repaired. However, within this large pit, flying was prohibited. Zhang Xiaohua could only use the ethereal steps to rush over there. How could she catch up with the pill furnace that was flying over? With a "pa" sound, that pill furnace fell on the empty spot in the small array formation. Zhang Xiaohua immediately stopped in her tracks and quietly looked at the small array formation. If there were any changes, she would immediately escape. However, when the pill furnace fell to the ground, the 7 pill furnaces in the small array formation were still and motionless. How is this possible? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Sure enough, as her divine sense swept over, Zhang Xiaohua found that the connection between the 7 pill furnaces gradually increased. When it increased to a certain extent, the 7 pill furnaces began to tremble at the same time, emitting a wang wang sound. The sound became more and more intense, and the ground of the large pit began to tremble slightly. Following that, the 7 pill furnaces floated up from their respective ground and began to rotate one by one. Woo-woo, the rotation caused the airflow and emitted a horrifying sound. As the 7 pill furnaces spun faster and faster, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes could no longer distinguish the outline of each pill furnace. Even in Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, those pill furnaces were gradually blurring. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss of what to do, a wang sound, like a huge cicada's cry, suddenly stopped. The other 6 pill furnaces did not show any signs of stopping. Before Zhang Xiaohua could think of anything, she crashed into that pill furnace. It's broken? Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, the pill furnace emitted a dazzling brilliance and immediately dimmed. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. That pill furnace was actually 7 pill furnaces combined into one. It was brimming with faint 5 colors, floating in the air. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua very keenly felt that the restriction on flying had weakened by a little. Looking at the new 8 trigrams purple gold furnace floating in the air, Zhang Xiaohua felt a faint connection with it. The original 8 trigrams purple gold furnace had been refined by Zhang Xiaohua with his qi. Presumably, this was the reason why Zhang Xiaohua felt a connection with this pill furnace. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand, and the pill furnace immediately flew from not far away. Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at it with his naked eyes. This pill furnace was obviously different from the one he had taken out just now. Not to mention the weight, and not to mention the faint 5 colors on the surface, just the spirit coming from the pill furnace was enough to show that this pill furnace was more than 1 level stronger than all of his previous ones. The refining technique on the inner wall of this pill furnace was the same, and the words of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace had not changed. Presumably, if it was used to refine pills, it should have an even more shocking effect. With a move of his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua easily put this synthesized 8 trigrams purple gold furnace into his belt. Then, Zhang Xiaohua had a plan in his heart. One by one, he took out the refined pill furnaces that had not been synthesized. Then, he put them in groups of 7 and waited for them to rotate and combine. Until he took out the 18 pill furnaces he had obtained from the incense sect, he filled up the 6 small arrays. Then, he put away the 6 new 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces without any surprise. In the end, only the innermost small array with 6 empty spots was left. The same 8 trigrams purple gold furnace stood there all by itself. Using his divine sense, he looked at the 6 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces in his belt. These 6 were the same as the previous ones. When they saw each other, there was still a faint connection between them. However, this connection was more obscure, and the fluctuations between them were more mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense and hovered over the last remaining pill furnace. He originally wanted to give it a try. He did not have any wishful thinking. However, when he took it, it was beyond his expectations. The last pill furnace only trembled slightly. It was as if it was trying to resist. Immediately, it was put into Zhang Xiaohua's money bag. This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Why did this pill furnace suddenly lose its integrity? All the pill furnaces were put into Zhang Xiaohua's belt. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt his body lighten. He pinched a spell and flew into the air above the big pit. The prohibition that restricted his flight must have been broken. Flying into the air, Zhang Xiaohua came in front of the fog-like thing that was surrounded by the pill furnaces just now. That thing was as big as a bucket. Outside it was a cloud of white silky fog. Above that thing, a thin thread of white flocculating gas extended in the air. It passed through the prohibition and the stone wall outside the prohibition. Could it be that the white fog that shrouded the water island is the fog on this celestial device? Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. Then, he waved his hand and cast a few spells. The white fog only tilted slightly and then gathered again. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. He waved his hand again and that thing actually flew in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. He hurriedly took out a rather big jade box from his arms. He pointed his finger and that big thing flew into the jade box. Zhang Xiaohua cast prohibition spells on the four walls of the jade box. He closed the lid and cast a few more prohibition spells. Then, he carefully put the jade box into his money bag. At this moment, the whole big pit was empty. Only the faint fog line from just now still led to the outside of the prohibition. But at the bottom of the fog line, the thing that produced the fog had disappeared. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. Chapter 1029. Zhang Xiaohua came out of Bai Yanxiu's palace and did not dare to delay. She immediately turned invisible and flew back to the abode. At this time, Meng was pacing back and forth in the abode, showing her anxiety. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, she hurried over and asked, "How is it? You've been gone for more than 2 hours. What did Bai Zhangmen say? Is there a turning point? Moreover, the more I think about it, the more strange it is. If she sincerely wants to visit the mountain, she should treat us with courtesy. Since she didn't even look at me, a female disciple of Mo Xian Palace, obviously, she doesn't want to treat us with courtesy. Even if she asked you some questions, she has the intention of going to Lingering Fragrance Peak to cause trouble. Moreover, our value is reflected before the Martial Arts Circle Convention. As long as this Bai Zhangmen goes to the convention and her evil plan succeeds, our value will be gone. Who knows, maybe the first people that Bai Zhangmen wants to kill will be you and me. Yes, and even if Bai Zhangmen comes back with us to the incense sect, we didn't send the message between the clouds and the water to the hierarch in advance. This is not a small crime." Meng was anxious and told her everything that she had just considered. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua nodded. So he looked at the sky, walked forward, and took Meng's hand. He smiled and said, "You're right. I also thought a lot. Actually, I didn't see Bai Zhangmen just now. I heard that she left the island early. What should we say? She can't have gone to Lingering Fragrance Peak. I don't know where she went. What we need to do now is to escape from here as soon as possible." Escape? How? It's not like you didn't see it when we came in. With so many immortal methods and so many troubles, how could the two of us fool the eyes of Aqua Cloud Room's disciples? Meng, you don't have to worry about this. I just went to look for Senior Peng Yeyu. Peng Yeyu? Dream frowned slightly. I don't like the way he looks at me. Why are you looking for him? I know you don't like it, but there's no other way. Other than him, there's only Liang Cangshu. These two are disciples we met in between the clouds and the water. Liang Cangshu seems to have left with Bai Zhangmen, so I can only look for Peng Yeyu. You? Are you looking for him to negotiate with him? Ask him to let us go? Dream sighed. Yes, under my persuasion, he was finally willing to help us, but he needs me to do something for him. Oh, as for what it is, you don't have to ask. I promised him to keep it a secret. Xiaohua. It's been hard on you. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua affectionately and snuggled into Zhang Xiaohua's arms. She couldn't speak to Zhang Xiaohua, so she opened her cherry lips and kissed Zhang Xiaohua's lips for the first time. Buzz. Zhang Xiaohua felt her brain heat up, and all the blood in her body rushed to her head. It was as if Meng's figure was the only thing left in the world, and the only thing left in the world was the moisture and warmth on her lips. After a long while, both of them were panting, and reluctantly parted their lips. Meng's face was flushed red, and she said, "Then, why aren't we leaving? Isn't it convenient to go out in the dark?" "Yes, I wanted to tell you, but you kept pestering me." "I forgot," Zhang Xiaohua said with a shy face. Then, he explained, "I have already discussed with Peng Yeyu. He will come over in a while. You just need to follow him. He will send you out of the mountain first. Then, you quickly find a big white horse and go out in the middle of the night. I will go and help Peng Yeyu, and when I finish tomorrow, I will go and catch up with you. What do you think?" "I don't think so." Meng shook her head. "If we are going, we will go together. Why should we separate? Besides, even if I go alone, do you know where I am going? Where are you going to find me?" Zhang Xiaohua had a smile on her face, and she held Meng in her arms, and said, "If we go together, we will be a bigger target. Moreover, in the hall between the clouds and the water 2 days ago, many disciples have seen my face. If I go with you, there will be problems. It is better if you go first, and you won't attract attention. As for where you are going, don't worry. Isn't it going to the Church of Fragrance? I have already asked Peng Yeyu, and now I will tell you the route. You go first, and I will catch up with you. Don't forget, Huan Huan runs faster than your big white horse." "Is that so?" Meng saw Zhang Xiaohua speaking with such conviction, and she could only hold Zhang Xiaohua's hand, and said, Then I will listen to you. You have to come out quickly." "Yes, I know." Zhang Xiaohua replied, and told her the route between the clouds and the water to the Church of Fragrance, and then she hurried away. Not long after, Peng Yeyu came from outside the house. "Brother. Peng. Your throat." Meng did not like this Peng Yeyu, but after all, he wanted to send her out. After walking with Peng Yeyu for a while, Meng could not help but ask out of politeness. "It's nothing, it's just, a few days ago, because of you, I was punished by the sect leader, and my meridians were injured." Peng Yeyu said unhappily, and his words were short and to the point. He was a man of few words. This. Meng had heard Zhang Xiaohua talk about this before, and she snorted coldly, and said, "I don't know how Brother Peng plans to deal with my family. Ren Xiaoyao? If anything happens to him, even if you let me go, I will not accept your kindness. If I return to the Church of Fragrance and don't see him, I swear, I will destroy between the clouds and the water without leaving a single chicken or dog." Meng's tone was cold, but in Peng Yeyu's ears, it was like the sound of nature. This guy was Zhang Xiaohua in disguise, and if he did not have the face to do so, he would have pounced on Meng, hugged her, and kissed her. "You are indeed worthy of being Ai's sweetheart, even your words are so ruthless. Hee, although you don't usually say anything, but behind my back, you call me hers, really intoxicating." Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, but her voice was still fake, and she said vaguely, "It's not dangerous, I will catch up with you in a few days." "Humph," Meng continued to threaten, "I'm curious, how did Xiaoyao persuade you? Do you have something you want him to do? Why are you asking me? If you want to ask your family." Ren Xiaoyao. Peng Yeyu curled his lips. Fortunately, his back was to Meng, and this familiar action was not seen by Meng. "This dead man, he must say that he made an agreement with you to keep it a secret. Otherwise, I will pull his ear and ask." Meng said fiercely. Peng Yeyu naturally touched his ears and said thoughtfully, "That's right, he definitely can't say it." While they were talking, a group of patrolling guards passed by. Under the light of the torches, they saw Peng Yeyu leading a woman. They couldn't help but be startled. Immediately, the person in the lead went forward and cupped his hands. "External envoy Peng, you are." Peng Yeyu was slightly stunned, and looked at him. "Do I need to tell you what I am doing?" That person was also taken aback. He smiled apologetically and said, Of course I can't interfere in external emissary Peng's matters. Now that sect leader has left, you must be relieved. TSK. I was too talkative. Please. Peng Yeyu nodded, and was about to leave. Oh, right, external envoy Peng, there are rules, please. Your password tonight is. Please don't blame me, this is, Yi Yu Xiao Xiao. Peng Yeyu said in a bad mood. That person suddenly thought of something, and a strange expression appeared on his face, as if he wanted to laugh but did not dare to. If he did not laugh, he would not be able to hold it in. Peng Yeyu glared at him, and left with Meng. The torches of the people behind them were crooked, and they were laughing extremely sullenly. On the short journey to the pier, Peng Yeyu and Meng encountered several patrols. It could be seen that between the clouds and the water was heavily guarded after Bai Yanxiu left. But who was Peng Yeyu? He was one of the few external envoys, and he always had the right to freely enter and exit between the clouds and the water. Tonight's password, ahem, although it was a little inappropriate, he had said it clearly, so who could stop him? On the pier, several large boats were docked, and one of them was lit. Peng Yeyu walked to the bow and shouted, "Who is on duty tonight?" "Who is it?" A burly man shouted, and quickly ran out of the cabin with a small bone in his hand. When he saw that it was Peng Yeyu, he immediately threw the bone into the water, and rubbed his greasy hands on his lapel a few times. He cupped his hands and said, "So it is external envoy Peng. This little one did not hear you, so sorry for the delay. Are you allowed to drink when you are on duty?" Peng Yeyu frowned and asked when he smelled the smell of alcohol in the man's mouth. "This." The man scratched his head and murmured, "It is already late, this little one thinks that there is nothing wrong. Who told you that there is nothing wrong? Didn't I already have something to do?" Peng Yeyu said impatiently. Yes, this little one will immediately tidy up." The man answered, and quickly went into the cabin. Not long after, several other men came out with food and wine in their hands. They all timidly looked at Peng Yeyu, who was coldly facing the pool, and hurried to the next boat. Meng looked on from the side with interest, but her heart was also a little uneasy. At this moment, a voice came, "External envoy Peng. What are you going to do with this disciple of the fragrant religion?" Meng's heart thumped. She turned around and saw that it was Li Su and Li from Huiming Hall, who had greeted them earlier. Peng Yeyu's expression also changed. He turned around and cupped his hands, saying, "Oh, so it is Li. I just received a message from the sect leader, asking me to bring this female disciple out." "Oh? Is that so?" Li Su frowned and looked at Peng Yeyu, and then looked at Meng, who was standing quietly next to him. He asked curiously, "What? The sect leader sent a message? Why didn't this old man know? When did external envoy Peng receive news more timely than my Huiming Hall?" "Oh, right, external envoy Peng. What happened to your throat tonight? Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote recommendation or monthly." Chapter 1030. Peng Yeyu glanced at Li Su and said with a smile, "I am the external envoy personally appointed by the sect leader. If I don't have a direct message from the sect leader, how can I be called an external envoy? If your Huiming Hall knows about it, wouldn't the sect leader?" Peng Yeyu didn't finish his sentence. He turned to Dream and said, "Miss Zixia, get on the boat first. I'll send you to see the sect leader." Dream glanced at him, then glanced at Li Su. She calmly walked onto the boat. Li Su opened his mouth to stop her, but he raised his hand and put it down. "Li, I'll go to your place to receive my punishment. My meridians are damaged, so my throat is naturally a problem. There's nothing strange about it." Peng Yeyu saw Dream walk to the side of the boat. He turned his head and said, "Also, tonight's password was set by Li himself, right?" Li Su was somewhat baffled. He nodded and said, "Yes." "External envoy Peng, is there something wrong?" "There's nothing wrong. It's excellent. It's just that if some people don't know how to be flirtatious, they shouldn't do such things. Li Su was furious. This is Yi Yu Xiaoxiao's password. However, as soon as he said the password, he immediately understood. He looked at Peng Yeyu with a strange expression. Peng Yeyu cupped his hands and said, Li, I left the island first. The sect leader sent me a message and I left the island in a hurry. The fragrant cult sent out 2 envoys. They only asked one about the fragrant cult situation and didn't ask the other. If that Ren Xiaoyao is hiding something, it will be inappropriate for our sect's operation. Therefore, she asked me to bring Zixia over. She has detailed information to ask. Li, are you satisfied? It's nothing, it's nothing. External emissary Peng has received the sect leader's verbal instructions, so of course he can do as he pleases. This old man was just asking, so don't take it to heart. Also, tonight's password, is really this old man's, slip of the tongue. Brother, please don't blame me, this old man will have his subordinates change it. No, don't change it tonight. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Peng Yeyu hurriedly stopped him and said, I also didn't want to leave in such a hurry. So when I heard Mr. Li's command tonight, I felt a little unhappy. Forget it, we're just talking about the facts. I still have a lot of respect for Mr. Li, wait for me to come back, then we'll have a toast. Well said, well said. Li Su smiled and took out a jade bottle from his bosom. He handed it to Peng Yeyu and said, This is a pill that I obtained from the Dalan Temple. It's most suitable for external injuries. External emissary Peng, this throat injury is really not good. It's better to treat it as soon as possible. Peng Yeyu received the jade bottle and smiled, Thank you for your help, Mr. Li. He then jumped onto the boat and shouted, Hurry up and set sail. Before midnight, I want to get out of the pool. Yes, external emissary Peng. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. The man controlling the boat saw that even Mr. Li was letting them go. How could he not quickly redeem himself? When the boat was out of the water, Peng Yeyu clasped his hands and said, Mr. Li, rest early. When I come back, I'll thank you again. External emissary Peng, be careful on the road. Leave early and come back early. Li Su returned the gesture. His words were very warm. It made people feel that Shui Yupeng's old and new disciples were getting along well. Looking at the boat leaving, Li Su stopped smiling and scolded, Look at all of you. What do you want me to say to all of you? Tonight's password, why didn't you remind me? You already used his name as the password. How could you not make him angry? Go, hurry up. Sigh, forget it. If something like this happens in the future, you must tell me earlier. Then, he looked up and whispered, This external disciple can be really arrogant sometimes. Li Su did not know that on the boat not far away, Peng Yeyu's back was already soaked. Even his forehead was slightly sweaty. At this moment, he was brushing his forehead with his fingers and scolding, This old man, the man controlling the boat heard him from afar. He lowered his head slightly and focused on controlling the boat. It was as if he did not hear him at all. Dream sat in the cabin. Her 2 big eyes stared at Peng Yeyu, full of curiosity. The way out between the clouds and the water was different from the way in. However, Peng Yeyu did not need to worry about it. He only needed to stand at the bow of the boat. With the face of the disciples between the clouds and the water familiar with him and the password that made him a little angry, he was unimpeded. When the boat reached the shore, Peng Yeyu brought Dream down the boat. The man controlling the boat cupped his hands and said, External emissary Peng, I will not see you off. I hope you will make a new contribution soon. As he said that, he docked the boat beside the pool. At this moment, the disciples who were patrolling the shore quickly rushed over. Since they were already on the shore, Peng Yeyu dealt with them even more smoothly. He sent the disciples away with a few words. He even sent Dream's big white horse over. Dream rode on the big white horse. Peng Yeyu also rode on a horse. The 2 of them walked for a while and arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking at the sky, Peng Yeyu cupped his hands and said, Miss Zixia, I will see you off here. From now on, Miss Zixia will have to go by herself. Wait. Dream was a little worried. Young Master Peng sent me off under the pretext of your sect leader. If your sect leader asks about it in the future, how will young Master Peng answer? Why don't you follow me to the aroma cult? You will have a place to stay. Thank you, Miss Zixia. This is just a deal with Ren Xiaoyao. I naturally have a way to escape. Alright, it's getting late. Goodbye. Peng Yeyu obviously didn't want to say more. He patted his horse and went in another direction along the mountain. Dream looked at Peng Yeyu's back and waited for a while. She patted her horse and went in another direction. This was what she had discussed with Zhang Xiaohua earlier. Peng Yeyu walked for a while and didn't look back. He jumped down from the horse's back and waved his hand to hit the horse's head. The horse immediately fell down with a cry and stopped moving. Then, he took out something from his chest and threw it on the horse. The horse immediately caught fire. Not long after, everything turned into nothingness. At this time, Peng Yeyu suddenly waved his left hand. With a strange movement, he disappeared in an instant. In the early morning of the next day, the sun had just risen. In the mountain range between the clouds and the water, in a cave, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes. Thinking about what he had done to Peng Yeyu last night, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. He released his divine sense and found that Dream had disappeared. Peng Yeyu had also disappeared. Everything would be impossible to investigate. However, the stone in Bai Yanxiu's bedroom palace, the jade slip underground, and the pill furnace that had turned into 6-8 trigrams purple gold furnace had to be explained. For this, Zhang Xiaohua had planned it out last night. He stood up, changed his clothes, and changed into Pan An's appearance. He made a gesture and went to the mountain range. At this time, between the clouds and the water was still shrouded in thick fog. But, the mountain wind above the pool was gradually getting stronger. It had already blown away the fog at the outermost part of the island. It was no longer as thick as before. Zhang Xiaohua took out Chasing Dream, and it turned into 8 sword lights like swimming fish. They swam around his body. He used the flying technique to hide himself and went to the pool. When he reached the side of the island, his divine sense had found that there was a layer of array around the island. He didn't go in, but showed himself first and shouted, "Where is the girl from the Shindao sect?" He shouted 3 times in a row. These 3 sounds contained Zhang Xiaohua's genuine qi. The whole pool shook slightly. Between the clouds and the water, whether it was those who had not woken up yet or those who were on duty in the morning, were all alarmed. Everyone looked at the immortal flying in the sky in horror. The girl from the Shindao sect, she's not here? Then, that's easy. I came here to take away what belongs to I. You just have to tell her. Before his voice died away, Zhang Xiaohua flew out of the mountain. Not long after, he disappeared into the horizon. Standing on the giant island, the people who had been woken up from their sweet dreams finally woke up. It turned out that the other party had already infiltrated deep into the enemy's territory and taken away what belonged to them. What an immortal. There were so many of them, and they had such a tight defense, but they didn't even know when the other party left. Just when everyone was panicking, someone with sharp eyes saw the rising sun and shouted, "Look, look, the fog between the clouds and the water." Where did it go? Of course, the thick fog yesterday had been blown away by the mountain wind. The true face of the giant island between the clouds and the water was revealed. Not good. Li Su, who was hiding among the people, changed his expression and shouted, "Don't panic. The immortal has already left. Besides, he didn't come to find trouble with you. What are you afraid of? You, quickly go and see if the array inside and outside the island is still there." A man with a pale gold face ran to the shore. Not long after, he came back happily and reported, "Li, the great formation on the island is still there." The formation in the pool outside the island is also unchanged. Good. Li Su breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, "Brothers, take care of the house. The immortal must have something to discuss with our faction leader. Since our faction leader is not here, and he has no intention of staying, let's all go about our business." Everyone thought about it and agreed. Gradually, they regained their calmness. Although they were not used to the disappearance of the clouds, after a short while, they began to bask in the sun lazily and enjoyed it, causing them to forget about the unforeseen event. Of course, Li Su could not conceal the fact that such a great change had occurred on the water island. He immediately sent the disciples of the Huiming Hall to leave the island by boat and report to Bai Yanxiu at full speed. Zhang Xiaohua fooled the people from between the clouds and the water. She hid herself as she walked, making it seem like she had disappeared into the sky. In fact, she landed on the ground after walking for a short distance. With a sweep of her divine perception, she had already found the location of the odd beasts. She used the earth escape technique and secretly pulled Huan out. Then, she jumped up and chased after Meng, who had been walking for a whole night. Chapter 1031. Chen pursed his lips and said, I'll encounter it sooner or later. It's better to ask now. Alright, I'll let you know that the bottleneck of the immortal Tao is different for everyone. Even our sect's bottleneck has nothing in common with the elders. Perhaps my experience can be used as a reference for the elder, but for you, it's like playing the lute to a cow. So be it. If you want to tell me, I'll listen. If I can't comprehend it, I'll just treat it as a story. Chen said with a smile. Alas, it's not that I don't want to tell you. Immortality is different from martial arts. If you don't reach the bottleneck, you won't understand it at all. Instead, it may lead you astray. Nun Jingyi shook her head and said, however, if you want to hear a story, I'll tell it to you. Hearing this, Chen Chen's eyes brightened and he almost clapped his hands in praise. He said, then, Sect Master. Tell me quickly. Nun Jingyi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She said, actually, it's not a story. It's just that a disciple of Ruijin Palace, Missouri Qingshan, picked a Chao Huandan for my sect, and this Chao Huandan was obtained by the current disciple of the Guardian, Ren Xiaoyao. He returned the Chao Huandan to my sect according to Mo Qingshan's last wish. This Chao Huandan is an extremely rare immortal spiritual herb in the world. My sect refined this Chao Huandan into an elixir and took it. Naturally, I broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. This matter involved Nun Jingyi's love affair in her early years. Everyone in the hall knew about it. When they heard it at this time, they were all moved by Mo Qingshan's infatuation and could not help sighing in their hearts. Chen said enviously, this Ren Xiaoyao is really lucky. He went to Huanshu and got the Chao Huandan that no one had expected. This guy. Oh, Sir Hierarch, it seems that tomorrow is the Martial Arts Circle Assembly. I heard that Master Changxing of the Dalan Temple has already passed Jinghai Lake and is accompanied by the Deputy Master of the Greenwood Palace. As for Ren Xiaoyao and Zixia, why is there no news about them until now? Peacock frowned and looked at Nun Jingyi in confusion. She whispered, I went to the Tenryu sect and junior sister Yuyan went to the Alliance of Righteous Sects. They both rushed back 10 days ago. Even though the Dalan Temple is far away, they should have returned by now. Nun Jingyi declined to comment. She looked at Nun Shuizhen and asked, do you have any news about these two people? Reporting to sect leader, after the two of them appeared at Dragon Mountain and Poyang Town, they disappeared without a trace. No one knows where they went. Nun Shuizhen said, Besides, disciples of the Tenryu sect have appeared in Jianghu. I don't know if they have anything to do with Ren Xiaoyao and Dream. Chen asked curiously, what does the Tenryu sect have to do with Ren Xiaoyao and Dream? Didn't senior sister Kong go to them? Alas, what should have happened has happened. Nun Jingyi sighed and said, however, they are still disciples of the fragrance cult. They told the disciples in Jianghu that if they found any trace of them, they should report it immediately. Nun Jingyi's words were strange. Everyone was surprised. Chen Chen also opened his mouth. Fortunately, he didn't ask anything in the end. Junior sister Shuizhen, how is the preparation for the reception in Huayu Peak? The preparations are almost complete. However, this martial arts assembly is a grand occasion that the fragrant religion has not seen for many years. There are a total of 230 sects that have received invitations. There are 512 sects that have not received invitations. According to Sir Hierarch, they are guests. The fragrance cult is also prepared to receive these sections. If you count them carefully, there are nearly 800 sections. Starting from Jianxi Lake, the outer disciples of the fragrance cult will accompany them. When they enter the mountain tomorrow and arrive at Huayu Peak, it will be the inner disciples of the fragrance cult who will receive them. Previously, we were only prepared to receive 500 sections. Now, there are 300 more sections. We don't have enough people. What's there to report? Nun Jingyi smiled and said, I guess the disciples of Lingxiang Peak will want to participate in such a grand occasion. You should inform Distant Fire Temple, Greenwood Temple, Ruoshui Temple, and Thick Earth Temple to send some disciples over. I'm afraid those disciples can't wait to be happy. Sir Hierarch is wise. I'll go and inform them now. There's one more thing, Sir Hierarch. I heard from the disciples of Jinghai Lake that the Tenryu sect hasn't sent a heavenly king. Peacock said in a low voice. It's fine. Nun Jingyi waved her hand. The Tenryu sect is the most annoying. It's the inheritance of the demonic cult. There's a difference between life and death between us and the four immortal sects. Although the immortal sects and the demonic cult have been annihilated and there have been fewer battles of life and death in the past few thousand years, they're still incompatible with us. It's normal that they don't come. But, when I went, they didn't say that they wouldn't come. So, they'll be the last. Maybe when all the sects come to Huayu Palace, their heavenly king will be the last to arrive. Sir Hierarch, this Sakura. Why is he so arrogant? Chen Chen asked. Sakura? Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. The Tenryu sect Sakura has never shown himself in public. He definitely won't participate in our fragrance cult's martial arts convention. Even if someone from the Tenryu sect comes, it'll only be a heavenly king. Oh, I see. Chen Chen was enlightened, but immediately asked, but... Sir Hierarch, you've broken through the bottleneck. Between the immortal sects and the Sakura, who's more powerful? Everyone's expression changed. Nun Jingfan and Peacock almost glared at Chen Chen. Nun Jingyi seemed to have been asked. She stared at the clear sky outside the window. After a while, she said, the Sakura is the best in martial arts in the world. He's also the best in the immortal sects. Ever since the four immortal sects, Fragrance Cult, Dalan Temple, Misty School, and Shindao sect were founded, he's been the best. Even now, he's still the best. Silly girl, do you think our sect can compare to the Sakura? What? Chen Chen was dumbfounded. How is that possible? Could it be that the Sakura of every generation is the best in martial arts? Sigh, we had our suspicions back then, but this is the truth, an indisputable truth. No one doubts this fact, and no one dares to refute this fact. But the immortal sects have been destroyed. The Shindao sect and Misty School have been destroyed. Why has the Tenryu sect always been so powerful? How did they pass down their knowledge? Chen Chen seemed to want to cram in his knowledge of the immortal sects. The diabolism is different from the immortal sects. The immortal sects use the vitality of heaven and earth as the foundation for cultivation. The diabolism is different. As for what kind of inheritance they use, we don't know. We only know that although the vitality of heaven and earth has been greatly reduced, although it has affected the Tenryu sect, it has affected us more deeply. So, although the cultivation of the Sakura of every generation has decreased, this has not affected them. They've always been the number one sect in the pugilistic world. The Sakra has always been the number one in the pugilistic world. Then Master Jing Xian, Master Jing Gang. Peacock asked in a low voice, this time, should we ask about it? Nun Jing-yi stopped and looked at Peacock thoughtfully. She nodded and said, yes. They killed 2 of our elders. Even if the Sakra is the number one person in the world and the Tenryu sect is the number one sect in the world, this matter must be explained clearly. Everyone praised him in their hearts and nodded, Lord Hierarch is right. But, Peacock, think about it again. Do you think it's possible to ask about this in front of all the heroes in the world? Master. Peacock's expression changed and she frowned. After a while, she shook her head and said, Master is wise and far-sighted. I'm still lacking in experience. This is not appropriate for me to ask. Chen Chen was anxious and said, Senior sister, why are you talking in riddles with Master? Why don't you explain it clearly? Peacock looked at Nun Jing-yi and turned to say, the death of the 2 masters is related to the Tenryu sect, but we don't have any evidence. If we ask them for no reason, they won't admit it. They might even ask us for evidence. Wouldn't it show that the Tenryu sect is incompetent? This matter can't be compared to the public vengeance in the martial arts world. We can't just ask for it openly. That's right. Chen Chen also realized and said dejectedly, I thought I could find justice for the 2 masters. Justice is in the heart of the heavens, justice is in the heart of the people. Nun Jing-yi nodded and said, this is something that the Tenryu sect needs to investigate. We won't ask about it in front of others. Moreover, the Tenryu sect has killed so many of the Tenryu sect spies. When will you hear them talk about it? Even if Chen Chen says that a heavenly king of the Tenryu sect has been killed secretly, even if the Sakra is suspicious, he won't ask you in front of everyone. This is a slap to your own face. Nun Jing-yi said, after all, tomorrow will be the most lively event that the Tenryu sect has ever seen in decades. Whether it's an enemy or a friend, everyone will be a guest tomorrow. Let's think about how to organize the Wulin convention tomorrow. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement. One after another, they offered suggestions. Chen Chen glanced at Peacock and muttered to himself, this adulterous pair, I wonder where they've gone to hide and have fun. The next day, it was a nice day. The Huayu Peak in the Tenryu sect was even more peaceful and calm. At the foot of the Huayu Peak, Nun Jing-yi was dressed in a palace dress. Beside her, there were dozens of women dressed in palace dresses. However, everyone's head was covered with a veil, so it was hard to tell who was who. On the mountain path that was paved with yellow soil and sprinkled with clear water, there were already dozens of people in sight. Among the dozens of people, there were a few old men dressed in monk robes who did not ride horses. Behind the old monks, there were a few old men dressed in green who also did not ride horses. However, although these people did not ride horses and looked like they were just strolling, their figures were as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. Their speed was extremely fast. Even the dozens of young disciples behind them who were dressed in various clothes and riding horses could barely keep up with them. Seeing the old monk, Nun Jing-yi's face was full of smiles. Her feet paused slightly and her body floated forward like a willow catkin. She only walked for dozens of feet in the air before she stopped and said, Elder, Master Zhang San, I haven't seen you for many years. How are you? Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. Chapter 1032. Hearing this, Elder Changsheng, who was dressed in monk robes, exerted some force on his feet and also floated into the air. He was far ahead of the elders beside him and replied, Amitba, I'm fine, but Abbess Jing-yi. Congratulations Abbess Jing-yi, you've broken through the bottleneck and your cultivation has increased by another level. Congratulations. Next to him, Alliance Master Zhang San, who was almost shoulder to shoulder with Elder Changsheng, also took large strides. He was actually using a rare qinggong, shrinking earth into an inch. He wasn't much slower than Elder Changsheng. When Elder Changsheng finished speaking, he also cupped his hands and said, Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance has come to pay a visit to Abbess Jing Yi. Abbess Jing Yi smiled and said, fellow Taoists, for coming from afar, this old woman is endlessly grateful. Then she said to Zhang San, Alliance Master Zhang, it's only been a few years since we last met, and you've actually mastered the Qigong shrinking earth into an inch. It's really commendable. Zhang San modestly said, you're too kind. Compared to Abbess Jing Yi's cultivation, my Qigong is insignificant. I wouldn't dare. All the martial arts in the world returned to their origin, and in the end, they all reached the same height. As they spoke, the long distance was covered by the two of them. When they arrived in front of Abbess Jing Yi, Zhang San said, I thought that entering Dianqi Lake meant entering the incense cult. Walking for a long time with it, this incense cult is indeed a paradise. Isn't that so? I didn't expect Abbess Jing Yi to be so generous. She invited the entire Jianghu. Moreover, this Huayu Peak is actually so far from Jinghai Lake. Elder Changsheng, please don't blame me. I originally wanted to arrange for it to be at Jinghai Lake. After all, it's convenient for the heroes of Jianghu. However, that place doesn't have a ready-made palace, and it's also far from Lingxiang Peak. It took a lot of effort to arrange. After thinking for a long time, I decided to arrange for it to be at Huayu Peak. Huayu Palace is a palace left behind by the ancestors of the incense cult. It's the place where the ancestors of the Dalan Temple, the Misty School, the Shandao sect, and the Tenryu sect would drink and chat. Today's heroes of Jianghu are gathered here, showing that the incense cult is a place to treat guests. Ha ha ha. Alliance Master Zhang laughs. Our righteous Dao Alliance started after the immortal Dao Alliance. We have no chance to enter the Huayu Palace. Today, we have obtained Nun Jing Yi's approval. We must take a good look around. Alliance Master Zhang, don't be ashamed of your inferiority. We are all inherited sects, while the Righteous Alliance started from scratch. You are indeed a hero, but you are also beyond our reach. In the future, when our sects provide guidance on Jianghu matters, won't the Righteous Alliance also be a frequent guest of Huayu Palace? Thank you for your praise, Abbess. Alliance Master Zhang said with a smile. Please go up the mountain. In the Huayu Palace, there is tea for the daughter of the Chuanxiang cult to taste. As they spoke, Nun Jing Yi invited Elder Chang Chang and Alliance Master Zhang San. The three of them used their Qigong and headed towards Huayu Palace. Behind them, Great Master Chang Gung, Great Master Chang Xing, Vice Alliance Master Chai, Vice Alliance Master Mi, and the others were accompanied by Nun Jing Fan and Nun Shuezhen. The other disciples were also accompanied by their corresponding disciples. After the two sects, it was the other Jianghu sect's turn. The masters and disciples of Ruijin Palace, Greenwood Palace, Lihua Palace, Ruoshui Palace, and Thick Earth Palace accompanied them up the mountain path. Other than the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance, which did not have a limit on the number of people, the other sects had a quota of 4 people. As for those who came uninvited, they were informed that there would not be more than 4 people. Generally speaking, other than the sect master, there would be a vice sect master or an elder, and then there would be the 2 most outstanding disciples of the younger generation. Therefore, there were more than 3,000 people from the 800 sects. Including the elders and disciples of the Chuanxiang cult, there would be more than 5,000 people. This was also the immortal path inheritance of the Chuanxiang cult. The Huayu Peak was incomparably tall, and the Huayu Palace on top of it was also built with immortal path techniques. It was not inferior to the Mo Xian Palace on the Lingxiang Peak. But even so, other than the 230 sects invited by the Chuanxiang cult, more than 1,000 people from the other 512 sects, nearly 2,000 people, could only sit in the square outside the Huayu Palace. How big was the square of the Huayu Peak? Even with Zhang Xiaohua's vision, it was amazing. Therefore, more than 2,000 people were more than enough. In addition, the Chuanxiang cult was very well prepared. Every sect had a set of tables and chairs. When they sat down, there was an order and there was no sense of uneasiness. Jing-yi Shirtai invited the elder and alliance master Zhang San into the Huayu Palace and sat down. The elder looked around and sighed, "I've only heard of the Huayu Palace before. Now that I've come here, it really lives up to its name." Before alliance master Zhang San could speak, Great Master Chang Gung smiled and said, "The abbot is right. The Chuanxiang cult's immortal atmosphere is not something our sects can compare to." You flatter me, you flatter me." Jing-yi Shirtai had a smile on her face, but she was still modest. "Your sect is a pure land, blessed by the Buddha and protected by the Dharma protectors. My Chuanxiang cult really doesn't dare to have the heart to compare." Hearing Jing-yi Shirtai mention the Dharma protectors, Great Master Chang Gung was a little displeased. He looked around and said with a smile, "What Dharma protectors? They're only there to intimidate demons and small Taoists. When they meet a real master, they can only protect themselves. The Dharma protectors that Jing-yi Shirtai sent to my sect are the real Dharma protectors that can shake the Jianghu." Jing-yi Shirtai raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, "Great Master Chang Gung, what do you mean?" Elder Changxing said, "The Dharma protectors of your Chuanxiang cult naturally know the whole story." "Shirtai, why do you have to ask us on the spot?" His tone was a little unfriendly. "That was because Zhang Xiaohua broke through the 3 tests of the Dalan Temple and damaged the Dalan Temple's reputation. How could the Dalan Temple tell outsiders about this? Even if the Chuanxiang cult had spies in the Dalan Temple, they wouldn't know about this matter." Although Jing-yi Shirtai sent Zhang Xiaohua to the Dalan Temple for her own reasons, she didn't receive any reports from the spies. She also didn't see Zhang Xiaohua and Dream come back. Of course, she didn't know the reason. But looking at Master Changxing's expression, Jing-yi Shirtai's heart was already blooming with joy. She definitely wouldn't mention this matter in front of the Righteous Alliance or other sect leaders. She only smiled and said, "Ren Xiaoyao is the only Dharma protector of my Chuanxiang cult. He's still young. If he has offended you in any way, this old woman will apologize." The Chuanxiang cult has such a good disciple, and our Jianghu has such a handsome youth. This old monk and the others are all happy. There's no need to apologize." The elder laughed. Seeing that there was some misunderstanding between the 2 sects, Jing-yi Shirtai could only say, "3 great masters, please don't blame me. This old woman really didn't mean anything else. It's because Ren Xiaoyao and Zixia still haven't returned to Lingering Fragrance Peak." The elder was stunned. He turned to look at Great Master Chang Gung and Master Changxing. He exchanged a look and said to Jing-yi Shirtai, "Shirtai, you sent Miss Zixia to Jianghu as a diplomatic envoy. Presumably, you have other plans. Something has happened. Perhaps, 3 great masters can also tell?" Jing-yi Shirtai didn't wait for Master Changxing to finish speaking. Master Changxing didn't say anything else. He just nodded and said, "Since Shirtai Jing-yi can tell, why can't this old monk and the others?" Alliance Master Zhang San, who was sitting on the other side, was somewhat embarrassed and angry. He cursed inwardly, "You 2 great sects with immortal legacies. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush." However, he still couldn't say it. Otherwise, it would show how ignorant and inexperienced he was. Therefore, he also pretended to nod, as if he had a card up his sleeve. "Since that's the case, I don't think anyone from the Tenryu sect will come today," Jing-yi Shirtai said with a smile. "That should be the case." The elder nodded. Alliance Master Zhang San also smiled, but he was already cursing in his heart. What did this have to do with the Tenryu sect not coming? Alright, let's begin the martial arts circle convention. As she spoke, Jing-yi Shirtai stood up and walked to the side of the chair. She moved her hands slightly in her sleeves and said softly, "Everyone, welcome to my fragrant religion." Jing-yi Shirtai's voice was very soft, but, in the ears of the people in Huayu Palace, it was as if she was speaking right next to them. When they focused on their ears, they found that the voice didn't come from Jing-yi, who was standing in front of them. Instead, it came from all directions in Huayu Palace. It wasn't just the people in Huayu Palace. In the square outside Huayu Palace, more than 2,000 people were noisy at first. When they heard Jing Yi Shirtai's voice, it was as if there were 2,000 Jing Yi Shirtai sitting in front of them. The voice also came from the square beside them. Everyone was very curious. Their eyes were full of admiration. What was the demeanor of a great sect with immortal legacies? This was it. Apart from the Dalan Temple, Fragrant Religion, and Huayu Palace, which other sect could be so generous? Other things aside, just the fact that one person's voice could reach more than 3,000 people's ears so clearly was something that even a super sect like the Righteous Alliance couldn't do. Everyone, welcome to my Fragrant Religion's Huayu Peak. Please participate in the martial arts assembly for my Fragrant Religion's re-entry into the pugilistic world. Standing in front of thousands of people, Jing Yi Shirtai spoke with assurance as if there was no one around. As everyone knows, my Fragrant Religion has been blessed by my immortal seniors for thousands of years. Under the protection of the sect protecting formation, we rarely participate in pugilistic world affairs. Although this has preserved the legacy of my Fragrant Religion, on the other hand, it has also erased the edges of my Fragrant Religion. We lack the guts of a great sect like the Righteous Alliance. Today, due to various reasons, the sect protecting array of the Fragrant Religion has collapsed. From today onwards, the sect protecting array of the Fragrant Religion will no longer be the sect protecting array of the Fragrant Religion. In the future, we will integrate into the Jianghu, into everyone. I hope that in the future, all the Jianghu sects will work together with the sect protecting array of the Fragrant Religion and push the development of martial arts to the peak. Today is a milestone for my Fragrant Religion. It is also a milestone in the history of the pugilistic world. Today is a small step for my Fragrant Religion. It is also a big step for the pugilistic world. Today, the pugilistic world has given my Fragrant Religion a chance. In the future, my Fragrant Religion will give the entire pugilistic world a surprise. Although my Fragrant Religion is a great sect in the pugilistic world, my Fragrant Religion has always adhered to the principle of not forming alliances and not seeking hegemony. I believe that due to my Fragrant Religion's re-entry into the pugilistic world, it will definitely bring peace to the pugilistic world. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. Chapter 1033. Abbess Jing Yi spoke for a long time before finally smiling. After speaking for so long, I just want to tell the disciples of incense cult that we're back. Jianghu, we're back. Instantly, all of the incense cult disciples roared. Thousands of disciples shouted in unison. It was a shocking sight. Not only were the sects outside Huayu Palace shocked, but even the sects inside Huayu Palace, the Dalan Temple, and the Alliance of Righteous Tao were shocked. Alright, this old woman has finished speaking. In the future, when the disciples of my humble sect roam the Jianghu, I would like to thank everyone for taking care of me. Nun Jing Yi cupped her hands and said. No one dared to be rude. They all stood up and returned the gesture. Master Longevity stood up and walked over. Abbess Jing Yi knew this and moved away from where she had been standing. Master Longevity put his palms together and said, Everyone, incense cult is a branch of Jianghu. Thousands of years ago, although there was a protective formation, the disciples of incense cult could still be found all over Jianghu. Now that the heavens have changed, the disciples of incense cult can once again appear in Jianghu. This is incense cult's fortune, and Jianghu's fortune. This old monk won't say much, but I'll represent all of Jianghu in welcoming the disciples of incense cult back into Jianghu. After hearing Master Longevity's words, the crowd applauded. Who wouldn't give face to a Dalan Temple elder? After Master Longevity left, Alliance leader Zhang San coughed lightly and was about to go on stage when a voice came from outside the palace. Incense cult has such a grand event, how can I be absent? Abbess Jing Yi wasn't surprised. She used her divine sense to scan the outside and was surprised. She raised her voice and said, Which sect and which sect are you from? Of all the famous sects in Jianghu, my school of fragrance sends out disciples to invite you. As for the other famous sects, my school of fragrance has a limited number of disciples, so I can't invite them one by one. Since you're here, then you're a guest. My school of fragrance will naturally welcome you with courtesy. Heh heh, if the Alliance of Righteous Tao can participate in incense cult's martial assembly, why can't we? Since the incense cult could re-enter Jianghu after thousands of years, why can't we do the same? I'll let Abbess Jing-yi know that we came here because we wanted to use Incense Cult's martial arts tournament as an opportunity to tell the heroes of the world that between the clouds and the water has returned to the world of martial arts. Between the clouds and the water? Nun Jing-yi and Grandmaster Longevity looked at each other, then at Zhang San. Zhang San also shook his head slightly. Re-enter Jianghu? Nun Jing-yi raised her eyes and said, I wonder what this re-entering between the clouds and the water means? Hee hee. That voice suddenly became sharp and piercing to the ears. Then I'll let you take a look, lest you forget. Nun Jing-yi seemed to have seen something strange. The elders were also surprised. A fiery red light shot in from outside the palace like a flaming arrow. It hit the curtains of Huayu Palace. The curtains were originally restricted by the immortal Tao. A faint light flashed and the curtains shattered with a crack. Then, a similar light streaked through the air like a meteor and shot towards Nun Jing-yi. Whoosh! Everyone in the Huayu Palace stood up. Hidden weapons or arrows in the martial arts world might have a sound, but they definitely wouldn't have such a brilliance. Which sect in the Huayu Palace didn't have a little bit of background? Who didn't know about the immortal Tao? Huayu Palace wasn't the only place. Above the square of Huayu Palace, the fiery red light flew in from outside and streaked across the sky. They had long since noticed it. Perhaps these sects knew little about the immortal Tao, but the appearance of an immortal Tao senior in Rejuvenation Valley was now a hot topic in the entire Jianghu. Didn't they come here to inquire about the incense cult? As expected, the immortal Tao didn't disappoint. It revealed its ferocity. Skyshaker Bao? Nun Jing-yi frowned and blurted out. Seeing that the arrow-like light was about to reach her, she wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she took out a jade talisman and flicked it forward. Pop! Another crack sounded. A splash of water appeared in the air, blocking the light. Sizzle! When the light touched the water, it drilled forward and slowly faded away. After a few moments, the result was clear. Puff! The light penetrated the water and continued to shoot towards Nun Jing-yi. Humph! Nun Jing-yi sneered. You only have the Shindao sect's protection. Even if you have the Shindao sect's Skyshaker Bao, your cultivation is insufficient. What can you do to our sect? As she spoke, she waved her hand and took out a dark green net from somewhere. With a shake of her hand, she wrapped it around the light. Although there were many transparent holes in the net, there was a pearl smaller than a mung bean at the intersection of two threads. When the light was trapped by the net, it stopped in midair. Although it seemed to have a mind of its own, it was still trapped by the net. Nun Jing-yi snorted. Her finger moved slightly and pointed at the net. The net shrunk into a ball, and the fiery red light dimmed a few times before being extinguished. How is it? Can you still shoot another arrow? Nun Jing-yi sneered. Ha ha ha. The voice outside laughed. Nun Jing-yi, could it be that you want to test my cultivation? Before he finished speaking, a suffocating aura came from outside Huayu Palace. Although there were many people in the palace who weren't cultivators of the Tao of Immortality, their hearts throbbed. They couldn't help but look at the sky outside the palace. Sure enough, a round and flat object flew in from outside the palace. It was the size of a palm at first, but it kept growing bigger. When it was about to reach Huayu Palace, it became the size of a dustpan. The demon refining gourd? Two astonished voices sounded at the same time. Immediately, a green ribbon flew out of Huayu Palace's window like a python. It wanted to entangle the dustpan. Who would have thought that the dustpan would spin around without any effort? The green ribbon couldn't do anything to it. Then, a figure suddenly flew out of the window and floated there. It was Nun Jing-yi. Nun Jing-yi floated above the square. She pointed her finger, and the green ribbon changed again. With a whoosh, it spread open and wrapped around the dustpan. Then, it pulled the dustpan into Nun Jing-yi's hand. However, just as the dustpan was pulled down a little, a rumbling sound came from the dustpan. A pale white brilliance appeared, and the dustpan spun even more violently. In an instant, the green ribbon was torn apart. When Nun Jing-yi saw this, her expression changed slightly. She made a hand seal and hit the green ribbon. The green ribbon flashed with the same brilliance and pounced on the dustpan. At this time, a powerful suction force came from outside Huayu Palace. It brought a gentle breeze. The green ribbon flickered in the air a few times before it was sucked over. "Oh no!" Nun Jing-yi cried out. This really is the devil refining gourd, and the technique it uses is also from the Shindao sect. Could it be a disciple of the Shindao sect? Thinking quickly, Nun Jing-yi waved her hand and a triangle appeared in her hand. This triangle was dotted with green spots and looked quite simple. Just as the Shirtai was about to activate it, a Buddhist chant was heard from inside Huayu Palace. Amitabha. Then, a pale yellow figure flew out of the window. It was the Dalan Temple's Elder Changsheng. Before Elder Changsheng landed on the ground, he flicked his wrist and the string of Buddhist prayer beads flew up. When they reached the side of the green scarf, the prayer beads had already become the size of a wicker basket. The prayer beads emitted a very comfortable Buddhist light that resisted the suction force. Only then did the green scarf stop moving. It flipped over and covered the wicker basket that was emitting a rumbling sound. Humph, the Dalan Temple and the incense sect only know how to cooperate with each other. It's been thousands of years, haven't they changed? GGA. Another unusually clear voice came from afar. The incense sect hasn't been so lively in a long time. Why is it so coincidental today? It's a good thing that this heavenly king came early. I can actually see the long-awaited battle of immortals. Before the voice died away, a green thing that looked like a beehive flew over from afar with a sharp sound. When it came close, everyone could clearly see several wisps of faint black smoke floating out of the beehive. Like tentacles, they clawed at the Dharma artifacts in the air. Black smoke nest. Garuda, the voice from before cried out in surprise. Then, the dustpan-like thing suddenly rose up. After a few turns, it was about to fly out of Huayu Palace. At this moment, the clear voice asked curiously, "Little girl, who are you from the Shindao sect? You actually have the devil refining gourd and can recognize this heavenly king?" As the voice spoke, the wisps of black smoke from the beehive suddenly stretched out, wanting to hit the dustpan-like. However, the suction force that had been blocked by the Buddhist beads suddenly changed direction, and the dustpan-like sped up. Even the black smoke was pulled extremely long. "Heavenly King Garuda, is this the way of a guest?" Nun Jing-yi said expressionlessly. "What guest? This heavenly king is happy to see you fight. My hands are itching. Let's all have some fun together." As the voice spoke, the black smoke from the black smoke nest became thicker, and the tentacles gradually formed. Nun Jing-yi looked at Elder Changsheng and pointed with her right hand. The green ribbon circled a few times and shrunk to an extremely small size. It moved strangely in the air, dodging the attacks of the black smoke, and fell into Nun Jing-yi's hands. Elder Changsheng's Buddhist beads were even more powerful. They flew straight at the black smoke nest. Wherever the milky white Buddhist light went, the black smoke became thinner and disappeared. The Buddhist light had a natural restraining effect on the black smoke. With just a touch, it was already so powerful. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, and a tip. Chapter 1034. Changsheng, you old monk. Garuda's heart ached when he saw the black smoke diminish. Before he could curse, the prayer beads circled around the black smoke nest and slowly fell into the elder's hands. Sigh, how did it end so quickly? Garuda's clear voice was filled with regret. The black smoke nest quickly flew out of Huayu Palace. Disciples of the Shindao sect, please come to Huayu Palace for a chat. Nanjing Yi raised her voice. Yes, Nanjing Yi, please. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful middle-aged woman with a beautiful figure flew in from the sky. She was also using the levitation technique. Then, like a gust of black wind, a thin and small man dressed in strange clothes descended from the sky and floated in the air. This man was the Tenryu sect's Garuda Heavenly King. Garuda Heavenly King had a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. His long eyebrows were slanted into his sideburns. He landed on the square and turned to ask the middle-aged woman, "Who are you? Since when did the Shindao sect have its own inheritance?" The middle-aged woman cupped her hands and bowed. "Let me tell you, Garuda Heavenly King. I am a descendant of the Shindao sect. My name is Bai Yanxiu, but the Shindao sect was removed from the Jianghu thousands of years ago. I have no intention of calling myself the Shindao sect anymore. Now, my sect is called Between the Clouds and the Water, which means that I follow the clouds above the water." Between the clouds and the water? Garuda's small eyes turned. Why is it so troublesome? Shindao sect sounds better. Bai Yanxiu smiled. I am now the sect leader of Between the Clouds and the Water. I came here to meet my brothers in the Jianghu and inform them that Between the Clouds and the Water will be famous in the Jianghu from now on. Nanjing Yi sneered. If the Shindao sect is related to the incense cult, then I am naturally willing to support them. But what is the origin of Between the Clouds and the Water? How can you take advantage of my sect's return to the Jianghu? Nanjing Yi, do you think I am willing to do that? My sect has already made preparations to hold the martial arts assembly today and announce our return to the Jianghu to the world. Who would have thought that the incense cult would also announce our return to the Jianghu to the world? Since the incense cult is holding the assembly, there is naturally no need for us to hold the assembly of Between the Clouds and the Water. Let's not talk about the fact that the heroes of the Jianghu have just finished participating in the Assembly of Heroes, so there are no more heroes who would care about the Assembly of Heroes Between the Clouds and the Water. In terms of reputation, Between the Clouds and the Water can't compare to the incense cult. Why don't we use the incense cult's glory and enter the Jianghu hand in hand with the incense cult? When she heard Bai Yanxiu lowering his status, Nanjing Yi looked at Garuda, who was standing next to her, and then at the elder. She could not help but ponder. At this time, many people had also rushed out of Huayu Palace. The current leader of the Righteous Tao Alliance, Zhang San, was watching this unbelievable battle from afar. His face was as dark as water. It was unknown whether he was jealous or had other plans. Alright, Bai Zhangmen is right. Since it is a martial arts assembly, then it is naturally a martial arts assembly for the entire Jianghu. Not only can the incense cult announce this to the entire Jianghu, even if the Shindao sect reappears, we should also be able to. Nanjing Yi, there is a difference in your words. It is Between the Clouds and the Water, not the Shindao sect. Bai Yanxiu said with a smile. He, Nanjing Yi laughed and said, whether it is the Shindao sect or Between the Clouds and the Water, they are both sects that have inherited the way of the immortals. How can the incense cult not lend a hand? In that case, thank you, Nanjing Yi. Bai Yanxiu smiled and bowed. If that is the case, Bai Zhangmen, why don't you call your disciples out? Please excuse me, Nanjing Yi. Bai Yanxiu did not mind. He waved his hand and made a strange gesture. Immediately, dozens of disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water wielding long sabers appeared around Huayu Palace. They quickly used their qinggong to arrive beside Bai Yanxiu. The expressions of the people in Huayu Palace changed. Their eyes were filled with anger. The disciples of the incense cult were especially angry. Nanjing Yi, I did not mean to do this. It was just a way to protect myself. It is fine, it is fine. This method is very normal. Nanjing Yi said nonchalantly. Even if it is the incense cult, we still have a backup plan." As she spoke, she reached into her bosom and took out an apricot yellow flag. She poured her true qi into it and waved it slightly. A few faint clouds floated out of the flag and quickly flew out of Huayu Palace. As they flew, the edges of the clouds became thinner and thinner. By the time they were out of Huayu Palace, they had almost disappeared. Abbess Jing-yi waved the small flag again. Boom! Outside the Huayu Palace, a 30 feet tall wall of fire immediately rose. The flame was more than a foot long and emitted a greenish-yellow color. This. Bai Yanxiu was dumbfounded. Garuda looked at the wall of fire with a dignified expression. "All right, this is just a precaution from the incense cult. It seems that it will not be necessary." Nun Jing-yi smiled and waved the flag again. The wall of fire immediately disappeared. Inside the Huayu Palace, everyone's reactions were different. The heads of the famous sects all looked pensive, as if they were considering something. The other sects all looked enlightened, and then their faces were full of excitement. They were even more excited than when they watched the fight of the immortal Tao. Many people had already begun to secretly look at their feet, or use their hands to touch the small tables and stools, trying to find traces of the immortal Tao magic arts. Of course, there were also many people who looked frightened. They were sects that were not very close to the incense cult. They wanted to use this martial arts circle convention to find out what was going on. But looking at the incense cult, if they wanted to, all they had to do was wave their flag and everyone in Huayu Palace would be buried. Their original plan of using their qigong to escape as soon as they realized that something was wrong was completely useless. Therefore, everyone understood why the incense cult had held the martial arts circle convention on Huayu Peak. Bai Yanxiu had been operating on the water island of the Water Cloud sect for decades. She had confidence in her Dharma power and magic, and was confident that she had the capital to confront the fragrant cult. That was why she had mobilized so many people to show off at the fragrant cult's martial arts society assembly. Who would have thought that, not to mention magic, she had only dabbled in it, and it was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. She had brought a group of disciples to the Huayu Peak secretly to show off. Who would have thought that she had still fallen into Nun Jingyi's trap, a big sect with an immortal Tao legacy? It was not a joke. Bai Yanxiu's expression changed slightly as thousands of thoughts swirled in her mind. After a moment, she came up with a plan. She bowed and said, as expected of the illustrious fragrant religion. This concubine was truly lacking in manners and was like a frog at the bottom of a well. "I apologize now. Please forgive me, Abbess Jing-yi." Nun Jing-yi waved her hand and smiled. "After the immortal Tao legacy, your Shindao sect. Haha, Nun Jing-yi, the Shindao sect is history. Our sect is now between the clouds and the water." "Oh, I am confused. I am used to calling you that. Bai Zhangmen, please forgive me. Your sect, between the clouds and the water, has been reborn and has entered the Jianghu. You and the incense cult announced at the same time. This is a grand event in the Jianghu. It is the best of both worlds. How can I not applaud and welcome you? Come, come, come. Garuda King, Bai Zhangmen, please take a seat in Huayu Palace." I was just about to nag you." Garuda laughed and flew into Huayu Palace like a wisp of smoke. "Please." Bai Yanxiu was polite and followed the elder into Huayu Palace. However, in the previous Huayu Palace, there was an oval platform at the head of the table. There was a chair on the platform, which was where Nun Jing-yi sat. Elder Chang Sheng and Alliance leader Zhang San sat in the VIP seats below the platform. Garuda entered the Huayu Palace. Without even looking, he flew straight to the platform and sat down. Nun Jing-yi's expression changed slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Garuda laughed and said, "Jing-yi, the seats in Huayu Palace don't seem to be like this." Nun Jing-yi's eyes narrowed. She said coldly, "I thought the Tenryu sect might look down on the incense cult and wouldn't send people here. The Shindao sect and Misty School have been removed from the Jianghu. Wouldn't the 5 seats on this platform be a waste?" If I invited the Elder and Alliance Master Zhang San, who else would come? I might as well hide these 4 seats. Ha ha ha, Garuda said again, now that the Tenryu sect is here, this between the clouds and the water is here too, Jing-yi, you don't have to hide anymore. You won't have the chance to sit on the platform alone. After a moment of silence, Jing-yi looked at the confused Zhang San and Bai Yanxiu and said with a smile, Heavenly King Garuda is right. Please wait a moment. As she spoke, she made a hand sign and hit the platform. A faint yellow light flashed. On the spacious platform, 4 more chairs appeared in picturesque disorder beside Garuda's chair. Even Garuda's chair revealed the essence of white jade. In Huayu Palace, everyone was stunned. Nun Jing-yi sneered and said, Heavenly King Garuda, the chairs are here. Please sit on the Tenryu sect's chair. Heh heh, I know. Garuda's figure floated up as if he was being carried by an invisible hand. He flew to a jade chair that was slightly blackened and said, My heavenly dragon divine religion hates doing things that steal the limelight. However, we also hate those who don't care about the dragon god sect. Nun Jing-yi didn't reply. She bowed to the elder and said, Great master, please take a seat. Many thanks to you. Hee, guests should follow the host's wishes. This old monk doesn't mind. As he spoke, the elder stepped onto the platform and walked to the rightmost side, right next to Garuda's chair. Nun Jing-yi glanced at Bai Yanxiu and Zhang San and said with a smile, According to the rules, my left hand should be the seat of the Shindao sect master. Although Bai Zhangmen isn't the Shindao sect master, he still inherited the Shindao sect's legacy. The sect master between the clouds and the water can sit on my right hand. Bai Yanxiu was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Nun Jing-yi. With that, he went onto the platform and sat on the second last jade chair on the left. Looking at the last chair on the left, Nun Jing-yi smiled and said, Alliance Master Zhang San, this chair belongs to the Misty School's sect master. Now that Misty Peak is in the hands of the Righteous Alliance, this chair naturally belongs to Alliance Master Zhang. Ha ha ha. Zhang San's gloomy mood finally relaxed. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you. He stepped forward and sat on it. Chapter 1035. The great sects of the immortal Tao were the originators of martial arts in the world. The 5 sects had been arranged 10,000 years ago, but the vicissitudes of the world had changed. The branches of the other 5 sects had their own lives and deaths, so they were no longer close to the 5 sections. The 5 sects had changed a lot. The incense cult had not entered the Jianghu for a long time. The Shindao sect had been destroyed long ago and was replaced by the sect between the clouds and the water. The Misty School had been destroyed and was replaced by the Righteous Alliance. Now that the 5 sects had taken their seats in Huayu Palace, there was a new order in the Jianghu. Nun Jing-yi was the last to ascend the high platform. She walked to the jade seat in the center and sat down. Just as she sat down, there was a flash of multicolored light on the high platform and the faint sound of bamboo instruments. Although it was faint, it had already spread throughout the Huayu Palace. In the Huayu Palace, there were more than 200 sects and thousands of people. Envy flashed in their eyes as they wondered when their own sects would be able to ascend the high platform of the immortal Tao. Alright, everyone, please have some tea and rest for a moment. The Wulin convention will continue with its brilliance. Nun Jing-yi cupped her hands slightly, her voice spreading throughout the Huayu Palace. Immediately, the inner sect disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak held trays in their hands. On the trays were tea and fruits made by Lingering Fragrance Cult. They were delivered to the tables of the various sections. Everyone in the Jianghu had an unruly side. When they saw beautiful women, even the inner sect disciples of the incense cult couldn't help but look lustful. However, when they saw the women's martial arts cultivation, they couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Perhaps on the surface, one couldn't see a person's true martial arts with the naked eye, but which of these sect leaders and elders hadn't been immersed in martial arts for decades? How could they not be able to see the characteristics of powerful martial arts from a few details? How could they still look at these young women with martial arts that weren't inferior to their own? Well, maybe they had some special hobbies, but let's not talk about them. Thus, almost all of the elders couldn't help but look like profound elders because of their status. The young disciples were different. When they saw such beautiful women, how could they maintain their composure? They all had smiles plastered on their faces as they stood up one by one and greeted them politely. Their teachers wanted to stop them, but they changed their minds and didn't say anything. These young disciples of the various sects were all young talents that had been selected by their respective sections. They had come here not only to broaden their horizons, but also to show off their skills in front of the heroes of the world. Their mission was to gain face for their respective sections. When the masters of the various sects saw that the inner disciples of the School of Incense were so outstanding, they must have made some calculations in their hearts. If their disciples were to gain the favor of a female disciple and establish a relationship with the School of Incense, then, not to mention the status of their sects in Jianghu, perhaps, they would even have the opportunity to sit on those jade chairs on the high platform. In the end, even some of the bashful young disciples were secretly kicked by their own teachers under the table, causing their faces to turn red. But, this was just wishful thinking. The female disciples of the incense cult might not be as outstanding as the disciples of Mo Ninggong, but they could not possibly set their sights on the martial world. Cough cough, of course, unless they were like Zhang Xiaohua, who was so infatuated that she could fight her way up to lingering fragrance peak, only then would they consider it. The inside and outside of Huayu Palace was a lively scene, and the high platform was another scene. Abbess Jing-yi waved her hand and cast a spell. Immediately, a layer of milky white restrictive spells appeared around the platform, surrounding it tightly. Bai Yanxiu and Zhang San's expressions changed slightly. They didn't understand what was going on, but when they saw that the Grand Elder and Garuda didn't say anything, they looked at each other and didn't say anything. Alright, it's rare for the School of Incense to entertain guests. I hope that everyone will not mind. As she spoke, a few female disciples passed through the milky white restriction. Each of them held a tray in their hands. The one in front had 5 small wine cups on it. Nun Jing-yi smiled and said, "This is the chilled ice wine brewed from the chilled ice grass of the School of Incense. We used the recipe of the School of Immortals, and it has great benefits for refining one's vital energy. Please enjoy." As she spoke, Nun Jing-yi downed the wine cup in her hand. Then, she closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing, as if she was refining the vital energy in the wine. Garuda saw this and laughed. "I didn't expect the School of Incense to be so generous. You even took out such a precious item to entertain your guests. If I didn't come today, I would have suffered a great loss." As she spoke, she tilted her head back and downed the wine. "Amitba," the elder chanted. "Wine is not wine, meat is not meat. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but Buddha remains in the heart." She also downed the wine in one gulp. Bai Yanxiu looked at the dark green wine in the small wine cup in his hand and couldn't help but hesitate. The wine cup was carved from white jade and should have been warm, but when he held it in his hand, it felt a little cold. However, this coldness was different from usual. It was mixed with the warmth, and there were traces of icy ripples. As he raised the wine cup, a faint fragrance drifted into his nose. The wine swirled left and right with the movement of his hand. Every time it swirled, a faint fragrance would spread out. Bai Yanxiu released his divine sense, and his expression changed slightly. He saw that the small wine cup was overflowing with vital energy. It was many times more vital energy than the immortal tea between the clouds and the water, and this vital energy was faintly dispersed along with the fragrance. Bai Yanxiu didn't dare to be negligent. He tilted his head back and poured the wine into his mouth. Immediately, a refreshing feeling spread out from his mouth, and then a small stream rose from his stomach. This was the essence of the vital energy of heaven and earth. Bai Yanxiu's face turned slightly red, and he immediately used the Shindao sect's heart technique to refine this vital energy of heaven and earth into his meridians. At this time, Zhang San was different. He saw that the other 4 people treasured this strange-looking wine, and also closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. How could he not know that this was an item of the immortal path? However, when he smelled the wine cup in his hand, it didn't have the smell of ordinary wine at all. There was only a refreshing fragrance that made him feel refreshed, and it had nothing to do with the wine. He hesitated for a moment, but just as he was about to use it, Nun Jing-yi opened her eyes and said with a smile, "Alliance Head Zhang, this wine was brewed using the Immortal Path's method. If you don't know the Immortal Path's heart technique, you won't be able to refine the essence of the wine. This wine is just an ordinary drink. It won't increase one's inner strength by much, and can be said to be a waste. I think, if there are people in the Righteous Alliance who know the Immortal Path's cultivation method, why don't Alliance Head Zhang bring it back?" Zhang San's eyes narrowed, and his face turned slightly green. However, he quickly recovered and nodded. "Nun Jing-yi is right. Good, bring me a jade bottle." "Yes," a voice answered from outside the restriction. A female disciple dressed in light red clothes came in from outside, holding a small jade bottle in her hand. The female disciple had just entered when she saw Garuda, who was sitting on the jade chair and had just opened his eyes. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The female disciple was also stunned. She looked at Garuda in confusion. With a whoosh, Garuda suddenly jumped up from the jade chair. He seemed to have forgotten to use his qinggong. He walked in a few steps to the female disciple and grabbed her wrist. "Ah!" The female disciple was stunned. She tried to use her qinggong to dodge, but how could she be a match for Garuda? Before she could move, she was caught. With a cry of surprise, the jade bottle fell to the ground. Nun Jing-yi was stunned. With a wave of her hand, the jade bottle flew into her hand. She said unhappily, "Garuda, what is the meaning of this?" However, Garuda completely ignored her. He held the female disciple's wrist with one hand and pressed her acupoints with the other. He began to open his eyes wide and carefully examine her from head to toe. Nun Jing-yi coldly snorted and handed the jade bottle to Zhang San, saying, "Alliance leader Zhang, put this icy soul wine into the jade bottle. If it is left in the wine cup for too long, the essence inside will disappear." Zhang San took the wine cup and poured it into the jade bottle as instructed. He put it away and said no more. He coldly looked at Garuda, who was not far away. Garuda seemed to have obtained some kind of treasure. He looked at the female disciple from head to toe. He was just short of taking off her clothes to examine her. The female disciple's face was red with embarrassment, but her eyes were filled with fear. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Although she couldn't move, she still looked at Nun Jing-yi for help. "Enough, Garuda. Let go of your hand," Nun Jing-yi said angrily. "Hee, Nun Jing-yi, wait a moment." As he spoke, Garuda stretched out his right hand and pointed between the female disciple's eyebrows. "Humph," Nun Jing-yi coldly snorted. Her hand moved slightly, and a gust of wind from her finger attacked Garuda's main acupoint on his back. Hee. Garuda chuckled and dodged the attack. Sigh. Nun Jing-yi rose into the air like a wisp of smoke. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the back of Garuda's neck. Garuda didn't turn around. His body flashed, and an afterimage flashed. In the blink of an eye, he floated to another part of the platform, still holding the female disciple in his hand. When Nun Jing-yi's figure turned in the air and wanted to continue the chase, Garuda's finger had already landed between the female disciple's eyebrows. Ha ha ha. Garuda let out a surprised laugh. He landed on the ground, let go of the female disciple's hand, and jumped onto the jade chair. However, the female disciple's acupoint hadn't been unsealed. She could only stand there in a daze. "Garuda, what is the meaning of this?" Nun Jing-yi walked to the female disciple's side and looked her up and down. She also used her divine sense to check her. She didn't find anything unusual. Nothing. Nun Jing-yi, please don't blame me." Garuda seemed to be in an extremely good mood. His lean face was filled with a smile as he said, this one has a presumptuous request. I need Nun Jing-yi's approval. Nun Jing-yi looked at the frightened female disciple and shook her head. If you don't explain the matter clearly, this sect won't agree to anything. It's actually nothing much. Garuda looked at the female disciple behind Nun Jing-yi and smiled. This girl has a body of true fire. Her meridians contain fire-type true essence. This heavenly king urgently needs to break through a bottleneck. This one has no choice but to be thick-skinned and ask for this girl from Nun Jing-yi to be a cauldron for dual cultivation. Chapter 1036. Cauldron? Zhang San wasn't the only one surprised. Jing-yi and the other immortal cultivators were also surprised. Jing-yi looked at the female disciple beside her, her eyes full of curiosity. She turned around and said, Garuda, the cauldron is a legend of the immortal path. Could it be that your demon sex cultivators also need this? Moreover, cauldrons are usually only found among immortal cultivators. Right now, most of the immortal cultivators are in front of you. Although this female disciple has some potential, but... To his surprise, Garuda waved his hand and laughed. In the eyes of immortal cultivators like you, of course, this female disciple's aptitude is extremely ordinary. There's nothing special about her. But in the eyes of the demonic sect, oh, this woman's constitution is special. Perhaps it's only useful to my cultivation. He then explained, in ancient times, immortal cultivators were limited by gender. They cultivated Yang's spiritual energy. As the ancient saying goes, solitary Yang doesn't grow, solitary Yin doesn't grow. Only by balancing Yin and Yang can one achieve the Tao. Thus, Sunmi used a lowly woman's body as a cauldron. Using Yin and Yang intercourse, they guided the woman's Yin spiritual energy into her meridians. Of course, this woman had to have immortal cultivation. But my demon sect doesn't need to do that. As long as we can find a woman with a Yin physique, we can use a secret technique to directly absorb the Yin essence into our bodies. Of course, immortal cultivation emphasizes simplicity and harmony. No matter if it's the caster or the cauldron, both will benefit. But how much the cauldron benefits depends on the caster's intentions. He glanced at the frightened female disciple and continued, but my demon sect is different. This cauldron can only provide essence to the caster, but not any actual benefits. The world's spiritual energy has greatly decreased. It's rare to find someone with such meridians. This girl's meridians are even rarer. They won't be of much use to others, but they'll be of great use to my imperial wind technique. Afterwards, he cupped his hands towards Nun Jing-yi and said, I've said so much just to ask Nun Jing-yi to give me this ordinary disciple of the School of Fragrance. Although this woman has lost all her powers after becoming this heavenly king's cauldron, she is no different from an ordinary woman. Furthermore, this heavenly king guarantees that she will live out her life in glory. Seeing that Jing-yi Shirtai didn't say anything, Garuda said, if Shirtai agrees, I will remember this favor. When the aroma cult needs me, I will do my best to help. Oh, I have a jade slip here that I just obtained. I haven't looked at it carefully yet. If Abbess doesn't mind, why don't you take a look at it first? As he spoke, Garuda took out a jade slip from his bosom. With a wave of his hand, the jade slip slowly flew to Nun Jing-yi. Nun Jing-yi took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She couldn't help but be startled. However, she immediately threw it back and said with a smile, what if I don't agree? You don't agree? Garuda looked around and sneered, this heavenly king is giving face to your fragrant cult by asking for it in person. Although this heavenly king can't do anything to your fragrant cult, to be honest, if this heavenly king wanted to kidnap this woman while your sect protecting formation is open, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. Furthermore, there are so many female disciples in the fragrant cult. Perhaps there are many that suit this heavenly king's taste. Ha ha ha. Garuda was quite unscrupulous, but Jing-yi Shirtai knew that what he said was absolutely reasonable. From the sparring session just now, Jing-yi Shirtai already knew that Garuda's cultivation was inferior to hers. However, Garuda specialized in lightness techniques. His levitation technique was far from hers. It seemed that he had already mastered it and was on the verge of breaking through the imperial wind technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so thick-skinned as to ask her for a disciple. With the imperial wind technique, Garuda could come and go as he pleased in the fragrant cult. This female disciple in front of her looked somewhat familiar. She definitely wasn't a disciple of Mo Nong Gong. She couldn't keep her by her side at all times. If Garuda had any ill intentions, he could kidnap her at any time. Rather than offending Garuda, why not do him a favor at no cost? Many thoughts ran through Jing Yishirtai's mind. She then smiled and said, "We'll talk about this after the martial arts convention. Garuda, please unseal my female disciple's acupoints." Garuda frowned slightly. He looked at the people on the platform and then looked at the people below the platform who were blocked by the restriction and could not see what was happening on the platform. He smiled and said, "Well said, well said. I will wait for Abbas's choice." As he spoke, he waved his hand. A few wisps of smoke, almost invisible to the naked eye, flew out and hit the female disciple's major acupoints. With a cry, the female disciple was able to move. Her first reaction was to wrap her arms around her chest and curl into a ball. She cried out, "Sect leader, save me! Sect leader, save me! And, don't panic. Everything will be decided by this sect. Come here." "Yes, sect leader." The girl trembled as she walked to Jing Yishirtai's side. However, her gaze was still timid as she looked at Garuda, who was smiling brightly. "What's your name? Which hall on Lingering Fragrance Peak are you in?" Jing Yishirtai asked kindly. "Disciple's name is Zhang Pinger. I'm in Lihua Hall on Lingering Fragrance Peak." The female disciple trembled as she answered. "Zhang Pinger?" Jing Yishirtai frowned slightly. She had a faint impression of this name. That's right, this was the person that Great Elder Jing Gang's youngest disciple, Yuzhuchuan, was thinking about. It was also because of her that Great Elder Jing Gang took his anger out on Zhang Xiaohua. In order to hunt down Zhang Xiaohua, he went to Lingering Fragrance Peak and was killed by either the Tenryu sect or an immortal expert from between the clouds and the water. Femme fatale. For some reason, this phrase flashed through Jing Yishirtai's mind when she saw Zhang Pinger's lovely and pitiful appearance. This sect leader remembers that you're the disciple of Lihua Hall's Vice Hall Master Yin. How come you're here? Jing Yishirtai was somewhat puzzled. Sect leader, today, there are many guests on Huayu Peak. Yesterday, we received sect leader's decree and sent some disciples from various halls to Huayu Peak. Disciples master and old acquaintances came to receive them. Disciple was curious, so I followed. Zhang Pinger's mood gradually stabilized and her voice no longer trembled. Alas, this sect leader understands. Jing Yishirtai sighed. You can leave now. This sect leader will tell your master about this matter later. Sect leader, sect leader. Zhang Pinger's face immediately turned pale. She stretched out her hand and pulled Jing Yishirtai's sleeve. Disciple. Disciple, doesn't want to go. Even if I die, I don't want to go. Jing Yishirtai looked at Zhang Pinger's hand and frowned slightly. She paused for a moment and said warmly, this sect leader didn't say that you should go. Don't worry, you can leave first. Yes. Sect leader. Zhang Pinger's eyes were slightly teary and her face was increasingly pale. She bit her lips and didn't say anything in the end. She got up and hurried to the restriction outside the high platform. However, before she could reach it, her legs went soft and she almost fell. When she got up again, the tears in her eyes had been replaced by determination. After Zhang Pinger left, Jing Yishirtai glanced at Garuda and then at the sect leader who was looking down at the ground. She smiled and said, all right, everyone has already tasted the icy soul wine. Next, there's our humble sect's new radish tea, heavenly ice dates, and green leaf fruit. They're all great for cultivation. As she spoke, the other female disciples offered their trays. However, at this time, everyone was far away from Garuda, afraid that he would see through them again. Garuda still had the same expression as before. He didn't seem to be worried that Jing-yi wouldn't be moved. He only smiled and accepted the tea and spirit fruits. As for the other female disciples, he didn't care at all. If he could find someone with strange meridians, Zhang Pinger wouldn't be so precious anymore. Would he, Garuda, still need to run to the incense sect and lower himself? After the 4 people finished eating, each of them put away their food. Jing-yi made a hand seal and the restriction on the high platform gradually disappeared. The crowd below the platform, which had been clamoring non-stop, immediately fell silent. All right, everyone, the food and wine are over. Next is the sword competition that everyone has been waiting for. In fact, when the 5 sects of the immortal Tao gathered here in the past, it was mostly to drink and discuss the sword. This time, there are just more sects and more heroes. There's no difference. Of course, since there are more people, the rules need to be changed slightly. I won't say more about the specific arrangements. When the sword competition begins, I'll explain it to Nunshuezhen. What I'm talking about here won't change during the sword competition. That is the reward. Whoosh! Everyone's emotions were stirred. The people inside Huayu Palace all craned their necks, wanting to see what Nun Jing-yi would take out as a reward. The people in the square outside the palace all pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what Nun Jing-yi would say. Nun Jing-yi was very satisfied with the effect in front of her eyes. She waved her hand and a beautiful female disciple held a jade tray with a thin book on it. She lightly floated to the front of the high platform. Nun Jing-yi pointed with her finger and smiled. This is the result of the sword competition. It's the rarely seen Jianghu's top internal cultivation method, the breaking blade force. Whoosh! Another sound rang out. This time, it was even louder than the previous one. Everyone below the high platform began to talk at once. At this time, a voice rang out from the side, Nun Jing-yi, this is your fault. This breaking blade force is the secret cultivation method of our Shindao sect. How could you take it out as a reward? The one who spoke was Bai Yanxiu. At this time, Bai Yanxiu's face was slightly red and his eyes flashed with incomparable anger. Bai Zhangmen? Don't be mistaken. This breaking blade force is incomparably precious. As long as you practice the 9 layers of this cultivation method to the peak, you'll be able to step onto the path of immortality. It's definitely one of the few internal cultivation methods in Jianghu. However, it's only the secret cultivation method of the Shindao sect. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with between the clouds and the water. Didn't Bai Zhangmen remind me just now that you're between the clouds and the water and not the Shindao sect? Nun Jing-yi explained with a smile. But Bai Yanxiu was speechless. This breaking blade force was the secret cultivation method of the Shindao sect. After the Shindao sect was destroyed, it disappeared. Today, there was only a fragment of the between the clouds and the water. If this breaking blade force was obtained by other sects in Jianghu, perhaps the 6th sect of the path of immortality would be born. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, and a tip. Thank you. If you like this work, you're welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote at Chidian.com. Chapter 1037. Bai Yanxiu's eyes burned with anger when she saw the breaking blade force in the hands of the Aroma sect disciple, but she had no excuse. She had repeatedly corrected Nun Jing-yi, differentiating the Shindao sect from the between the clouds and the water. She didn't expect that she would overreach herself and lose the best chance to ask for her sect's secret manual. Looking at Bai Yanxiu's dejected and angry appearance, Jing-yi Nun ignored her and said to the crowd, this cultivation method is most suitable for men to practice. The hero who gets 3rd place in this sword competition will be able to take away the blade-breaking force. Of course, how to practice it is none of my business. After that, Nun Jing-yi waved her hand, and another female disciple stepped forward. This time, the item on the tray was covered by a silk scarf, so no one could see it. However, there were still some people present who had expressions of astonishment on their faces. Bai Yanxiu was naturally one of them. When the female disciple came to the side of the platform, Nun Jing-yi waved her hand and lifted the scarf, revealing 5 fist-sized stones. The stones were of different colors: yellow, cyan, blue, red, and brown. What are these? Most of the people in Huayu Palace were stunned. Since the third place in the sword competition could get the breaking blade force, the second place in the sword competition would get it. It should be more precious than the breaking blade force. But these 5 stones looked very ordinary. What was so precious about them? However, some of the monks of the Dalan Temple, some of the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water, and some of the disciples of the Aroma Sects Mo Xian Gong stared at the 5 stones with burning passion in their eyes. They were like mice that saw rice. Nun Jing-yi looked at Bai Yanxiu, Master Chongsheng, and Zhang San, who was also tempted. She smiled and said, "Everyone, you must know that the breaking blade force is a key to entering the Tao through martial arts. But how do you practice it after entering the Tao? The Tao of immortality is different from the Tao of martial arts. Internal energy can be generated on its own. The Tao of immortality's internal energy is called vital energy. Although some can be generated in the meridians, the normal method is to absorb it from the outside. The absorbed energy is called the Qi of heaven and earth. In ancient times, the world was full of heaven and earth. People of the Tao of immortality could directly absorb the Qi of heaven and earth and refine it in their meridians, turning it into vital energy. Everyone knows the power of internal energy, but let me tell you, vital energy power is 100 times stronger than internal energy. Perhaps it's not appropriate to put it this way. If internal energy is like a baby, then true energy is like an adult. Not only is there a difference in strength, there is also a difference in ability. Moreover, vital energy is the foundation of all cultivators of the Tao of immortality. All magic and divine abilities are based on the control of vital energy. Now, the Tao of heaven and earth has changed greatly. The Tao of immortality has been annihilated. People of the Tao of immortality can't directly absorb vital energy from heaven and earth. So how do they practice? They absorb vital energy from these stones. These stones are called vital stones in the Tao of immortality. The vital energy of heaven and earth contained in these vital stones is purer than that of heaven and earth and easier to refine. That is to say, with the breaking blade force, just now, you can take one step into the Tao of immortality. With these 5 vital stones, you can completely enter the Tao of immortality. Boom! The crowd exploded like a pot of boiling water and began to discuss. Perhaps there were people from the famous sects in Huayu Palace who knew about the Tao of immortality, but they had never seen 5 vital stones in perfect condition. Needless to say, the sects in the square were even more so. What Nun Jing-yi said just now was basically to let them know what the Tao of immortality was and how to practice it. This was actually to cater to their curiosity of coming to the Tao of immortality. With the help of Huayu Palace's formation, Nun Jing-yi's divine sense saw the curious expressions of the people outside the square. She couldn't help but smile. The Tao of immortality hadn't appeared in Jianghu for a long time, so the sect's fear of the Tao of immortality had greatly decreased. This time, she took out the Tao of immortality to broaden their horizons and let them know the power of the Tao of immortality. After waiting for a while, her voice grew softer and softer. Nun Jing-yi said, "The things in this world are not metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The same goes for vital stones. Yellow vital stones are metal, green vital stones are wood, blue vital stones are water, red vital stones are fire, and brown vital stones are earth. The breaking blade force is a metal attribute technique. Although absorbing the other 4 types of vital stones can increase one's cultivation, if you use the yellow metal vital stone, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. In addition, It's not that I'm boasting, but the vital energy of heaven and earth is scarce, so the vital stones in this world are gradually being worn away. In the 10,000 years since the Tao of Immortality was destroyed, vital stones have become rare. These 5 vital stones with all 5 elements are the only things I have. I only took them out for this martial arts convention to share with you. Good. The leader of an unknown sect stood up and clapped his hands. The fragrant cult is indeed a great sect of the Tao of Immortality. It lives up to its reputation. This kind of style is rare in the world. My Flat Mountain faction is truly impressed. If the fragrant cult needs anything in the future, our humble sect will not refuse. That's right. The fragrant cult is indeed generous. They share the secrets of the Tao of Immortality with us. We also admire them. For a moment, there was endless praise for the fragrant cult. Of the other 4 people on the stage, Garuda was sitting on a chair. He looked sideways and did not look forward. He was only looking left and right. No one knew if he was looking for Zhang Pinger. The elder still put his palms together and lowered his head without saying a word. Zhang San's face was as calm as still water. He looked coldly at the clamor below. Bai Yanxiu was biting his lips. His eyes narrowed. No one knew what he was thinking. Well, this is the reward for the 2nd place in the Sword Conference tournament. The cult has finished. Everyone, let's see the reward for the champion. This sentence piqued everyone's curiosity. Even Bai Yanxiu and the others looked sideways. They all wanted to know what other good things the fragrant cult could take out on top of the 5 elements primordial stone. The 3rd item was placed in a jade box. Bai Yanxiu and the others' divine senses were blocked by the jade box's restriction. They could not see what was inside. At this time, Nun Jingyi said, I just said that the cultivation of the Tao of Immortality relies on the qi of heaven and earth and the primordial stone. But once you have the cultivation, what do you rely on to fight? In martial arts, you can transfer your inner strength to your hands and feet. You can also use your strength to use weapons like sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and so on. Similarly, you can transfer your inner strength to weapons like sabers and swords. In the Tao of Immortality, your qi can be used to form spells. You can also use your qi to activate weapons like sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. It's a bit troublesome to explain these weapons. You can think of them as weapons. By the way, when Bai Zhangmen between the clouds and the water was sparring with me, the elders, and the Garuda king in the air, the weapon used was a magic weapon. Ah! When the crowd heard this, how could they not know that there was a magic weapon inside the jade box? When they thought that if they won 1st place in the sword competition, they would be rewarded with a magic weapon that could be used to fly around in the air. Everyone couldn't help but blush and their blood boiled. Of course, the participants of the sword competition this time are all the younger generation in the world of martial artists. If we bring out our famous enchanted vessel, we will be showing our sincerity, but the disciples might not be able to use it, and it will taint our sincerity. So, after careful consideration, we have decided to bring out a replica of the purple phoenix hairpin personally created by a senior from the Path of Immortals as the prize for the champion of the sword competition. Everyone present knew about the purple phoenix hairpin. When they heard Nun Jingyi mention it, they were all surprised. However, when they heard that it was a replica, they showed a look of realization. The others were also disappointed when they heard that it was a replica. When Nun Jingyi saw this, she smiled and said, Everyone, don't underestimate this replica. Its power isn't bad, but it requires a lot less qi. It's suitable for disciples who have just entered the Tao of Immortality. As she spoke, she waved her hand and the jade box flew into her hand. She cast several spells and unlocked the restriction on the jade box. Nun Jingyi opened the jade box, revealing a purple phoenix hairpin carved with exquisite patterns. It was exactly the same as the purple phoenix hairpin in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. Nun Jingyi held the replica purple phoenix hairpin in her hand and raised her head to look at it. She casually waved her hand and a weak bolt of lightning suddenly appeared out of thin air, following the direction of the purple phoenix hairpin. After a crackling sound, there was a bang sound. Not far from Nanjing-yi, a jade chair was first entangled by the lightning and then exploded into several pieces. The person sitting on the chair had already stood up because he was greedy for the magic weapon in the jade box, but now he was greatly shocked. Ah! The whole place was in an uproar. The lightning was incomparably fast. When everyone saw it clearly, it had already hit the chair. If it had been aimed at a person, there would have been no time to dodge. Moreover, the distance was so far. After being hit, the power was not small. It was simply incomparable to the hidden weapons commonly seen in the Jianghu. It really is an immortal weapon. It's extraordinary. This was the unanimous thought in everyone's mind. However, Nanjing-yi did not stop. She waved the replica purple phoenix hairpin in her hand a few more times, and a small net of electric arcs appeared in the air with crackling sounds. Ah! The people under the net were so frightened that they could only shrink their necks and retreat one after another, afraid that the net would fall and hit them. However, Nanjing-yi smiled. The replica purple phoenix hairpin in her hand swayed slightly. The net of electric arcs seemed to be pulled by ropes and floated around in the air. As the people moved, it also moved and covered their heads. After a while, when she saw that the people's foreheads were covered in sweat, Nanjing-yi no longer teased them. With a wave of her hand, the net of electric arcs fell directly to the empty jade chair that someone had been sitting on just now. This time, the movement was even greater. After a crackling sound, the jade chair exploded. This time, the explosion was smaller than before and there were even more fragments. What do you think, everyone? Although this replica purple phoenix hairpin is not as powerful as the real one, it's still an elementary immortal weapon. It's perfect for new disciples to use. It's also the best weapon to be awarded to the champion of the sword conference. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, and a tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Chapter 1038. Jing Yi's words were to the point. Although the real purple phoenix hairpin was powerful, it required a huge amount of qi. It was impossible to use it unless one was at the middle stage of the qi refining stage. When Zhang Xiaohua was at the third or fourth stage of the qi refining stage, she could only use jade talismans. The first time she used a magic tool was the dragon binding hoop. She was already at the middle stage of the qi refining stage, but she could only activate the dragon binding hoop and use it to trap others. She couldn't release the true fire within the dragon binding hoop. The middle stage of the qi refining stage was an inconceivable existence in the current era of the immortal Tao. How could the younger generation of disciples from the various sects hope to catch up to her? Therefore, not to mention the real purple phoenix hairpin, even if the dragon binding hoop or the jade talisman were here, they might not be able to use it. In fact, when Jing Yi introduced the imitation of the purple phoenix hairpin, she deliberately avoided mentioning one thing. That was, spiritual sense. While using a magic tool required jinqi, controlling a magic tool relied more on one's spiritual sense. The lightning net created by the imitation of the purple phoenix hairpin required precise control over one's spiritual sense to be able to be executed. As for spiritual sense, unless one was at the late stage of the qi refining stage or used a sect's secret technique, it was impossible to generate spiritual sense. Although Jing Gang was older than Jing Yi, her cultivation was limited. She only managed to cultivate a weak spiritual sense with the help of the incense cult's secret technique. She was far inferior to Jing Yi. Before the incense cult's defensive formation was destroyed, Jing Yi received the formation and the cult's secret technique. Her spiritual sense was also incomparably powerful. It was even more powerful than Zhang Xiaohua's. Unfortunately, the dragon vein was absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua and the restriction was broken by Zhang Xiaohua. Jing Yi's spiritual sense was immediately beaten back to its original state. But then again, even now, Jing Yi's spiritual sense was much weaker than Zhang Xiaohua's. In the eyes of the Jianghu disciples, she was still an immortal-like existence. She was far from a height they could reach in their lifetime. Jing Yi put the imitation hairpin back into the jade box and smiled. Wait until the hero here can escape from the top scorer. I'll personally give this hairpin and the manual on how to use it to him. Subsequently, the three female disciples placed the trays in their hands on the jade table beside the high platform, bowed, and retreated. Nun Jing Yi turned around and asked, Elder, would you like to say a few words? Ba. Elder Chang stood up and nodded. To tell you the truth, the incense cult's move this time. It's very generous, far beyond old monk's expectations. Since this old monk is already like this, I'm sure everyone here is tempted as well. Hong. A loud laughter rang out. The people below the stage did not expect Elder Ching to be so straightforward, and they all roared with laughter. Isn't that so? My eyes are burning and my hands are itching. Someone said boldly. Yes, everyone wants it. However, there are only 3 prizes. Therefore, I don't need to tell you that the sword competition will be very exciting. Everyone will be nervous. Then, Elder Chang changed the topic. However, this sword competition is a competition, not a battle of life and death. No matter what grudges you have in Jianghu, when you're here, you must forget the past. Here, old monk will reiterate the principle of the sword competition. You can't kill. If someone is merciless and takes the opponent's life, then you'll be disqualified from the sword competition immediately. You'll be expelled from Huayu Palace. Nun Jing Yi and Garuda's expressions did not change, as if they already knew. Bai Yanxiu thought for a moment, looked at the audience, and asked, Master Chang Sheng, what if someone accidentally kills? Bai Zhangmen, the sword competition is the sword competition. It's about the word competition. This rule has been followed for thousands of years without exception. Whether it's intentional or not, you must be expelled. Elder Changsheng said without any trace of politeness. Bai Yanxiu could only nod and look at Zhang San. Zhang San seemed to be thinking about something else and did not pay attention. All right, old monk has finished speaking. I wish for the sword competition to end successfully and for all of you to have your wishes come true. After Elder Changsheng sat down, Nun Jing Yi looked at the other 3 people. They were all silent, so she said, the sword competition begins. As she spoke, she struck a spell on the high platform. With a bang, the high platform shook slightly. Then, in Huayu Palace and the square, between the gaps of the audience, dozens, and even hundreds of high platforms about 10 feet tall rose gradually. These high platforms were pulled up from the ground and rose little by little until they were about 10 feet tall. The audience below the high platform was stunned at first, but then they understood. They all looked at the high platform that was used as a fighting ring with interest. When the high platform stabilized, a white figure leaped onto the middle one. It was Nun Xuezhen, who was wearing a white palace dress and a mask. Nun Xuezhen stood on the high platform and bowed slightly to the audience. She said, according to the order of the hierarch, Xuezhen will be in charge of this sword competition. Now, I will tell you the specific rules. As soon as she finished speaking, the female disciple of the Aroma sect who had served tea and snacks appeared again. But this time, she was holding a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. She placed them on everyone's table. Nun Xuezhen pointed at the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and said, in this sword competition, except for the Pai sect, the Tenryu sect, the Dalan temple, between the clouds and the water, and the Righteous Alliance, there are 4 places to participate. The other sects and schools only have 2 places to participate. This has been explained when the disciples of the Pai sect sent the invitations. Please write down the names of the disciples of your sects and schools who will participate in the sword competition. Then, find a fighting ring like the one I am standing on. At the bottom of the fighting ring, there is a small round hole. You can put your name in there. There are 50 fighting rings like this inside Huayu Palace and outside the palace. Inside Huayu Palace, you can put 10 names on each fighting ring. Outside the palace, you can put 20 names on each fighting ring. Once the fighting ring is full, the small hole in the fighting ring will close. There are 230 sects in Huayu Palace. Each sect has 2 people, so there are 460 disciples participating in the sword competition. There are 50 fighting rings, so there are 40 empty spots. There are 512 sects outside the palace, so there are 1,024 disciples participating in the sword competition. There are 24 more disciples in the fighting rings. Please put the names of these 24 disciples into the fighting rings inside Huayu Palace. The small hole in the fighting rings will close after I finish speaking for 30 minutes. Only the disciples who put their names in during this time are qualified to participate in the sword competition. Otherwise, they will be considered as not participating. Each fighting ring will have 10 or 20 people. The fighting rings will be arranged by themselves. The other sects will guarantee fairness. For the sake of fairness, the 4 disciples of the other sect and the 16 disciples of the other 4 sects will not participate in the first round. Once the final winner has been determined in each arena, they will participate in the second round of the sword competition for the top 120 disciples. Nun Shuizhen continued to talk about the rules of each round of the sword competition. In the end, she said, "Just now, the leader of the other sect announced the rewards for the top 3. According to the rules of the sword competition, there will be 100 winners in the first round. These 100 disciples will receive 1 Yuhuandan pill, 1 small bone congealing pill, and 1 small revitalizing pill from the Dalan Temple as a reward. Alright, please write down the names of your disciples participating in the sword competition on the paper and put them in the fighting rings. The first round of the sword competition is about to begin." As she spoke, a disciple of the incense cult brought a lit incense stick to the fighting ring where Nun Shuizhen was. When they heard Nun Shuizhen mention that the rewards for winning the first round of the sword competition were the legendary healing pills of the incense cult and the Dalan Temple, the crowd was in an uproar. The 3 rewards that Nun Jingyi had shown were indeed very tempting. Everyone was looking forward to it, but after all, not everyone had the hope to reach the last step. The 3 rewards were very likely to be won by the disciples of the 5 super sects in the end. On the contrary, Nun Shuizhen's words about the rewards for the final winner of the first round of the sword competition rekindled the fire of hope in everyone's hearts. Of course, 1 out of 10 people in Huayu Palace, 1 out of 20 people outside Huayu Palace. All the young disciples present were outstanding disciples of their respective sections. Almost every one of them believed that they would definitely be the final winner. The 3 pills each represented a life, so how could they not be tempted? Therefore, when Nun Shuizhen said that they could begin, the leaders of each sect immediately picked up their brushes and wrote down the names of their disciples as fast as they could. They took 1 for themselves, and the other elder took 1 for themselves. Then, each of them used their lightness skills and threw their names into the fighting rings that they had already planned out. That's right, the sword competition was also about strategy. 2 disciples from each sect absolutely could not be placed in the same fighting ring. Moreover, were there any familiar sects nearby? Were there any disciples from other sects that they knew the ins and outs of? This, all needed to be considered in the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. The sects that were closer to Huayu Palace had already taken the lead. They ran into the palace and threw the names of their 2 disciples into the fighting rings. Nonsense, the palace only chose 1 out of 10. Although their martial arts might be a little higher, their chances were still much higher. For a moment, the inside and outside of Huayu Palace was in chaos. Occasionally, there were people who used their lightness skills and almost collided with each other. There were also people who had just chosen a fighting ring and were about to throw their names in. In the end, they were thrown in by a hidden weapon technique from far away. Then, the small hole immediately disappeared. This person could only turn around and curse. He did not dare to delay and went to look for another fighting ring. As a result, in the end, more than 10 people ran out of Huayu Palace and shouted, "Where is the fighting ring? Where is the fighting ring?" It was because the smart leaders in the square had filled up the fighting rings in Huayu Palace. These people in Huayu Palace had no fighting ring to throw their names into. They had no choice but to look for the 1 out of 20 fighting rings in the square. The funny thing was, in the square, there were 512 sects and 1,024 people. They were all silent and stood there obediently, adhering to the rule of not speaking during the sword competition. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Chapter 1039. The elders and sect leaders of the various sects saw this and knew what these people were thinking. With a stomp of their feet, they split up and rushed towards the 50 arenas in the plaza. 50 fighting rings were not a lot, but they covered the entire square and they had to search one by one. How could they be fast? These 10+ people had a tacit understanding and each of them found a different area. After a while, the burning candles were extinguished and the holes in the 100 arenas disappeared. One of the sect leaders looked on helplessly as the hole in front of him gradually became smaller. His heart grew anxious and he rubbed the piece of paper in his hand and actually used a hidden weapon technique to throw it into the hole. Seeing that the ball of paper was about to fall into the hole that had not completely disappeared, the sect leader's face revealed a smile. But at this moment, out of nowhere, a gust of wind suddenly blew past and blew the ball of paper askew. With a "pa" sound, it hit the spot where the hole had disappeared. The sect leader's face immediately turned pale and he stood there in a daze. He looked at the clear and windless square and then looked at the group of people who were gloating at his misfortune. His face immediately turned ashen. He didn't say anything and just looked at the various sects beside the stage. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and returned to Huayu Palace. "What's wrong with that old man Xiao?" One of them was indignant and said in a low voice, "He didn't go in himself and now he wants to find trouble with others. Look at him, I'm afraid he's blaming us for this. Hee, who knows if he'll attack our sects once he leaves Chuanxiang cult. It's just Qingshan sect. They have some connections with the Righteous Alliance. Now that Chuanxiang cult has appeared in Jianghu, can the Righteous Alliance still control Jianghu?" That's right. The Dalan Temple was a master who ignored the Righteous Alliance and allowed them to do whatever they wanted. Now that Chuanxiang cult has appeared, they will not let the Righteous Alliance be the only sect. Sect leaders, I think sect leader who is right. We need to discuss this. Although Qingshan sect is not big, it's not something any of us can deal with. Why don't we? Brother Yu is right. After the martial arts convention, we need to meet up and leave together. Don't fall into Qingshan sect's trap. Sigh, when the fragrance spreads, Jianghu is in chaos. The incense cult had only just held a martial arts assembly. They had not even taken a step out of Dianxi Lake, but they had already stirred up a lot of trouble. This didn't include the Misty School that was rushing to Misty Peak. When the sect leaders returned to Huayu Palace with hatred in their hearts, Abbess Shuizhen's voice was heard again, "Everyone, the name list for each arena has been decided. As for which Xiaoxia and which Xiaoxia will fight, it is up to the arena to decide. The cult of incense will not interfere. However, my perfuming school will send an inner disciple to act as a witness for each battle arena. This disciple will not judge the outcome of the battle arena, but will only place the winner's name back into the arena. As for the outcome of the battle between the two Xiaoxia in the arena, it is also simple. As long as one of them falls out of the arena within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the remaining one will be the winner. If neither of them falls out of the arena within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, then I'm sorry, but both of them will be disqualified from the next round. There will be no incense burning in each arena. When the battle begins, the arena will descend by itself. When the arena is level with the ground, it will only take the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Well, sect leaders, is there anything else you want to ask? A voice called out, "Abbess Shuizhen, if both of them fall out of the arena, then will the one who falls out of the arena be the winner? If both of them fall out of the arena, then both of them will be disqualified from the next round, Abbess Schwezhen said firmly. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was asking, Abbess Schwezhen said, "Okay, then the battle arena will begin now. If there is anything special, please ask the perfuming school disciple in charge of the arena." As he spoke, 100 young disciples dressed in palace attire with veils covering their faces filed in and walked to their respective arenas. Their bodies did not move, but they floated to the edge of the arenas and stood on the edge of the arenas with the tips of their feet. Their entire bodies were outside of the arenas. Good, seeing such a high level of qigong, very few people praised. Seeing that all the disciples were in place, Abbess Schwezhen looked back. At this time, the restriction on the high platform where Abbess Jinyi and the others were standing had been removed. Abbess Jinyi nodded slightly. Abbess Schwezhen took out a 3-inch long stick from her bosom and pointed it in the air. Pa! With a crisp sound, the 100 arenas released a pale white screen of light at the same time. After a while, 2 lines of large words appeared on each arena. Su Jingwen of the Firmament Dock, Lu Qing of the Qi Huanmen, beside the arena where Abbess Schwezhen stood. Everyone looked at the large words on the screen of light in shock and read them out loud. What? Is it really chosen by the arena itself? One person couldn't believe his eyes. Nonsense, it's already the name. What's there to not believe? The way of immortality is really magical. While everyone was talking, 2 good-looking disciples stepped out of the crowd and flew onto the arena. They cupped their hands and saluted to everyone. Then, they walked onto the arena. One of them cupped his hands and said, "I am Lu of Qi Huamen." While Lu Cheng was complaining inwardly, he suddenly felt the air behind his feet. He was shocked. He was at the edge of the arena. If he took half a step back, he would fall off the arena. Seeing that he couldn't dodge the kick, Lu Cheng of Qi Huamen clenched his teeth. He didn't circulate his internal energy, but jumped forward to grab the leg of the Heavens Vault Doc's disciple even if he got injured. The Heavens Doc's disciple already had a plan in mind. First, he would reveal an opening and send his leg towards Lu Cheng. This was just a feint. When Lu Cheng's hand reached his eyes, he immediately lowered his body and kicked Lu Cheng's leg that was still standing on the stage. Lu Cheng's upper body was still on the stage, but the lower part of his body was outside the stage. At this moment, Lu Cheng didn't have time to grab the disciple of the Firmament Dock. He stretched out his hand and tried to grab the edge of the arena. Seeing this, the disciple of the Firmament Dock pointed his scabbard at Lu Cheng's forehead. Seeing that the scabbard was about to touch his forehead, Lu Cheng sighed helplessly and let go of his left hand. He somersaulted in the air and landed steadily on the ground. At this moment, the disciple of the Firmament Dock stood up and cupped his hands. "I am Su Jingwen of the Firmament Dock." From the moment Lu Cheng cupped his hands to the moment he was kicked out of the arena, only a few breaths of time had passed. The disciple of the Firmament Dock didn't introduce himself too late. "Senior sister of the incense school, this guy, he cheated," Lu Cheng said to the disciple of the incense school who was standing at the edge of the arena. The disciple of the Firmament Dock, Su Jingwen, stood on the arena with a smile and didn't say anything. The disciple of the incense school looked at him and said coldly, "You have already won. Get down from the arena." "Yes, senior sister." Su Jingwen smiled and jumped down from the arena. The disciple of the incense school thought for a while and said, "Senior sister Schwezhen said that as long as you leave the arena, you lose. You don't have to care about anything else." After saying that, he jumped down from the arena and wrote a piece of paper. He slapped the surface of the arena and a small hole appeared. He threw the piece of paper into the hole and jumped back into the arena. After the small hole was sealed, 2 more names appeared on the white screen. This time, the 2 of them weren't as careless as Lu Cheng from the Firmament Dock. They fought carefully. Although there were 100 battles, the martial arts of these young disciples, how could they enter senior sister Jing Yi's eyes? She glanced at them and looked at the people beside her. She smiled and said, "Everyone, please take a seat. I will be back soon. Garuda glanced at senior sister Jing-yi and ignored her. The elder smiled and said, Senior sister Jing-yi, please go ahead. Bai Yanxiu and Zhang San bowed slightly. Senior sister Jing-yi walked down from the arena. Peacock, Chen Chen, and the other disciples followed behind her and entered a small hall in Huayu Palace. The moment she entered the small hall, Nun Jingyi's face immediately became gloomy. She silently walked to a chair, but before she could sit down, she stretched out her hand and slammed it on the table beside her. The table didn't change at first, but after a few breaths, it suddenly collapsed and turned into powder that fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Even Chen Chen shrunk his neck and didn't dare to speak. This is too much. Senior sister Jing-yi stood in front of the chair with her back to the crowd and said angrily. Perhaps it was because she had vented her anger on the table, but at this time, although senior sister Jing-yi was furious, her tone also seemed to be helpless. Leader. Peacock looked at the crowd and said, I wonder, is there anything I can help with? Could it be, because of the sword competition? Senior sister Jing-yi thought for a moment and sighed. In the martial world, there will always be things that are difficult to settle. If you can't tolerate what others can't, then you must have the ability to do what others can't. Peacock, you must remember this in the future. Yes, leader, I understand. Peacock answered nervously. All right, all of you, go out and call Een from the distant fire palace. Deputy Palace Master Een? Yuyan was stunned and nodded in response. She was the first to go out and the others followed. Peacock, Chen Chen, you two stay. Senior sister Jing-yi called out as the crowd walked out. Peacock looked at Chen Chen, stopped and walked back into the hall. The other disciples knew that the two of them had different identities, so naturally, they didn't say much and left quietly. After a while, Een from the distant fire palace still hadn't arrived. Someone else did. She stood outside the small hall and seemed to be thinking and hesitating. A voice came from inside the hall. Xiaqing. You. What's the matter? Chapter 1040. When Xiaqing heard the voice of Nun Jing-yi, the hesitation on her face turned into determination. She clenched her teeth and walked into the hall. Xiaqing, you've been loitering at the door for a long time. Is there something urgent? Nun Jing-yi's face didn't look good. Sect leader. Looking at Nun Jing-yi, Xiaqing panicked and stammered, It's nothing, I just came to see if there's anything I can do. Nun Jing-yi sneered, Xiaqing, if there's anything, just tell me. I'll make the decision for you on Huayu Peak. This. Nun Jing-yi's power had already scared Xiaqing out of her wits. But now, she had no choice but to throw herself on the ground and cry, Sect Master, please show mercy. Disciple. Disciple asks Sect Master to allow Disciple to participate in the sword competition. Nun Jing-yi was stunned. She looked at Peacock and Chen Chen, who were also at a loss and shook their heads slightly. Xiaqing, get up first. Nun Jing-yi said with a pleasant face, Didn't I already say it before? Let the male disciples of Ruijin Palace go. It's better if the female disciples of Mo Xian Palace don't go on stage. You. Do you have other ideas? Sect leader. Xiaqing stood up straight and looked at the three people in the hall. She sucked her lips and said, Sect leader, Since the failure of the Refining Heart Cave, I've been anxious. I want to find an opportunity on the path of immortality. I know I can't compare with Senior Peacock, Senior Chen Chen, and even Junior Yuyan, but my heart is no worse than theirs. The three senior sisters have already obtained the inheritance of the path of immortality. I also want to fight for a chance in the sword competition. This. Nun Jing-yi sucked in a breath of cold air. She didn't expect that Xiaqing, a disciple who usually didn't show off, would have such a strong desire for Taoism. After thinking for a while, she said, I've already explained to you about the sword competition before. The blade-breaking force belongs to the godly knife sect. Although it's an excellent secret manual for practicing martial arts, it's only effective for male disciples. Female disciples won't have much effect if they practice it. Our aroma cult also has secret manuals on martial arts. Oh, Xiaqing, you want to fight for those 5 elements primordial stones? Abbess Jing Yi suddenly realized. Yes, Lord Hierarch. Seeing that Jing Yi Shirtai didn't have any angry expression, Xiaqing was secretly happy. She said, Disciple knows that Sir Hierarch is magnanimous. Our Mo Xian Palace also has a lot of secret manuals on martial arts. Once disciples' martial arts reach a certain level, they can be bestowed. Although disciples' internal strength cultivation method can't compare to Senior Sister Peacock's and Senior Sister Chen Chen's heavenly mortal cultivation method, disciple is confident that disciple will be bestowed by Sir Hierarch in her lifetime. So, you want to get the 5 elements primordial stones first to lay the foundation for your future cultivation? Disciple, indeed has such a plan. I hope Sir Hierarch can grant my wish. Hee, how's Elder Jing Fan's martial arts? What level of attainment was the Mortal Hearts Sutra that she cultivated? Why didn't our cult give her the 5 elements primordial stones? Have you ever thought about it? Disciple. Disciple knows that the 5 elements primordial stones are very precious. Even our Mo Xian Palace doesn't have many left. And the rest are for Senior Sister Peacock, Senior Sister Chen Chen, and Junior Sister Yuyan to cultivate. Not to mention disciple, even Elder Jing Fan and the previous Great Elder Jing Gang didn't have any, so. You want to take advantage of this sword competition to get the primordial stones first? But, such a precious thing, why don't we keep it for ourselves? Instead, we give it to outsiders? This. Disciple didn't think too much about it. Disciple only thought that the primordial stones are very few. If we don't fight for it now, in the future, there may not be such an opportunity. So, disciple steeled her heart, to beg Sir Hierarch. Good. Nun Jing-yi clapped her hands and said, seeking the Tao always has a sequence. If you fight for it first, you'll cut off the path of others. If you don't fight for it, others will fight for it. Since you came to beg our cult, what's wrong with us agreeing to your request? Thank you, Sir Hierarch. Xiaqing was so excited that she almost cried. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I haven't finished speaking. Nun Jing-yi said lightly, our cult gave you a chance this time, which is equivalent to giving you the chance to cultivate the Tao of immortality. In the future, when you're successful in martial arts and have the chance to enter the Tao of immortality, our cult, disciple knows. Disciple doesn't dare to hope that Sir Hierarch will give me another chance. Our Mo Ning Palace has a lot of disciples. Disciple has received this chance and won't fight for the next one. It's good that you know. Then you may leave. In a while, during the sword competition, you'll replace Yuan Hong. Tell him now. This is our order. Disciple understands. Disciple will go now. Xiaqing smiled and ran out after thanking her. Remember not to wear a veil and don't wear a palace dress. Nun Jingyi's voice came from behind. Yes, disciple knows. Xiaqing was in a good mood. After Xiaqing left, Peacock said softly, Sir Hierarch, if Xiaqing wins the 5 elements primordial stone, then Sir Hierarch's plan will be disrupted? Sigh, yes, it will inevitably be affected. Nun Jingyi sighed. This girl is so focused on cultivating the Tao of immortality. How can she not understand that the 5 elements primordial stone is a bait that our cult is giving to the entire Jianghu? Isn't that so? Even I understand. How can Xiaqing not know? Chen Chen was also puzzled. She has walked into a dead end. Nun Jingyi shook her head. This girl met the immortal Sex Huan. senior in Huanshu and saw the magic of the immortal sect. How can she think so much? Forget it, Sir Hierarch, don't worry. It's good to let her go to the arena and let the people of Jianghu see the power of our inner disciples. Don't we still have the imitation purple phoenix hairpin and the broken sword force? They are also very useful. Hee, Nanjing Yi sneered. Xia Qing is a bit narrow-minded. She thinks that our cult doesn't send disciples from Mo Xian Palace and only sent disciples from Ruijin Palace. This means that the disciples of the other sects are no match for the disciples of Mo Xian Palace. On the other hand, I don't know if the Tenryu sect will participate. If they participate, won't they take away all those things? No, Sir Hierarch, it's useless for them to take those things. Chen Chen smiled. Then, we have to consider between the clouds and the water. Do you think that Bai Yanqiu will tolerate the broken sword force that originally belonged to him being lost in Jianghu? Since she wants to keep the broken sword force, how can she let go of the 5 elements primordial stone? Hee, Peacock, among the disciples in white brought by between the clouds and the water, are some of them the ones who tried to kill you outside Dianqi Lake that day? Yes, Sir Hierarch, your disciple saw them a long time ago. One of them was Liang Cangshu who tried to kill me that day. It's just that the other 3 who besieged me are not here. See, Liang Cangshu's martial arts are not worse than yours. Although you have received the inheritance and can be considered a person of immortality, your foundation is still shallow and you can't show any magical powers. Even if you fight with Liang Cangshu now, you may not be able to win. Xia Qing is even less likely. I'm afraid. Xia Qing may not be able to do as she wishes. Sigh, Peacock suddenly thought of a saying. She was too smart and gave Qing her life instead. At this time, Nanjing Yi raised her eyebrows and looked at the entrance of the small hall. After a while, there was the sound of light footsteps and someone asked, Sir Hierarch, your subordinate is the deputy of the fiery temple, Yin. Why are you looking for me? Is this Yin from the fiery temple? Come in. Yes, your subordinate obeys. When Yin came in, Peacock and Chen Chen bowed slightly. Deputy Temple Master Yin, do you have a disciple called Zhang Pinger? Nanjing Yi asked directly. Yin was startled and said in a panic, this subordinate does have a disciple called Zhang Pinger, but this child's temperament is calm and she doesn't cause trouble. Previously, the matter with Great Elder Jing Gang's disciple and the Protector's disciple was all a misunderstanding. This subordinate has already punished Zhang Pinger. She shouldn't bother Mo Xian Palace's Protector's disciple and Miss Xia. Seeing that Yin had said so much, Nanjing Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After Yin finished speaking, she said, I have already punished all of you for that matter. I won't mention it again in the future. Today, I'm looking for you, because of another matter regarding Zhang Pinger. Yin was stunned and blurted out, this time, which hall's disciple is it? Which hall's disciple? Nanjing Yi laughed coldly, it's Garuda. Garuda, he's not a very famous disciple. May I ask which hall this disciple is from, Sir Hierarch? Your subordinate will punish them right away. Yin was very puzzled. Garuda of the Tenryu sect. Not to mention you, even I want to punish him. When you go, remember to bring me along. Garuda, what's his relationship with Zhang Pinger? Yin was stunned. Thus, Nanjing Yi recounted everything that had happened on the platform. Before Yin could speak, Chen Chen said angrily, Sir Hierarch. How can this be? Is it possible that this guy said that whoever has the hidden fire meridians is the one? That he can take whoever he wants away with him? Peacock bit her lips and her face turned slightly pale. At this moment, she understood Nanjing Yi's reaction when they first arrived at the small hall and the meaning behind her words. After thinking for a moment, Yin asked tentatively, Sir Hierarch, what do you plan to do? What plan? Nanjing Yi smiled bitterly, your subordinate has already called you here. What do you think I plan to do? Sigh, poor child. Een also sighed. Garuda's words make sense. Unless Sir Hierarch has Zhang Pinger by your side at all times, with Garuda's lightness skill, it's really easy for him to kidnap Zhang Pinger. But I can't even protect a small disciple from the distant fire temple. This makes me feel very ashamed. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Moreover, this is the time for our incense sect to re-enter the martial arts world. If we fall out with the Tenryu's sect because of this, the gains will not make up for the losses. Moreover, Sir Hierarch's plan must be an expedient plan. In the future, Een could not say what would happen in the future. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.